Oh, welcome to Dominico Field. Thomas West here alongside Gus Cousins. It's the Toronto Maple Leafs and Guelph Royals game 1, but we've already played a game and the Maple Leafs are leading the series 1-0. This game is starting in the bottom of the 5th inning with a runner on first base for the Maple Leafs and nobody out. Gus, this is a kind of a weird situation when you're playing game 1 and already have a 1-0 lead, but the Maple Leafs in this inning already have their work cut out for them.
It is, and it's going to be a very interesting day of baseball. Purely because we haven't seen 2 games played in one day before, much less in the playoffs.
Dos Santos going, and he's going to steal second base without a throw. I talked to Jeff Lounsbury before the game about this, and he said right away the first thing that he was worried about in today's game, let's score Ryan Dos Santos, and now he's in scoring position for Connor Lewis.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw it in the first game before it was postponed with Custodio on the mound. He was pitching so well, then the rain delay happens, then you're delayed 2 days, and now he's back on the mound. How good is he going to be able to be? Because he threw upwards of 70 pitches.
Lewis bunts it foul up the first base line.
And on top of that, we all watched the game yesterday with Hector Yan, and we'll talk a lot about that later on today, but the gist of it is you are going through Guelph's top 2 pitchers, 2 incredibly gifted arms that they have, and you managed to pull out a win in 10 innings against Hector Yan. And now Custodio's back on the mound for the second time in 4 days. What's he going to have left in the tank?
Hector Yan, one of the only 2 lefties on the Guelph Royals. Swing and a miss at a high fastball, strike 3. Claudio Custodio, that's a good start, but there's still a runner in scoring position. And here's Jose Vinicio, who had a couple hits last night.
Yeah, Vinicio, like everyone else yesterday, started off dealing with the arm of Hector Yan, and nobody really got anything going. And then he kick-started it, I want to say, in the 7th inning when the Leafs came back to tie it up at 3. A double down the left field line, scoring a run. And, he's been one of their most consistent hitters all year long. And if they want to go deep in this playoffs, they got to have their leadoff guy doing that every single game.
Vinicio scoring to bunt it and nearly hit him. Ryan Dos Santos will scamper back to the bag at second base.
We've seen a lot of bunts by both these teams, or bunt attempts, I should say, over the first 2 games, or 1.5 games so far. Guelph has done it quite a bit. The Leafs haven't done it a ton in the regular season, but we've seen it quite a bit over the last 24 hours with Lewis yesterday, Vinicio here, Vinicio in the first game.
Ahead in the count 1-0, and he's scoring to bunt again, and Claudio Custodio busts him inside for ball 2. The hero in last night's game, Garrett Takamatsu, a 2-run home run in the 10th inning. And the Maple Leafs pulled what we're calling a greasy win. They struck out 23 times in 10 innings. That's 23 of the 30 outs. But when it mattered most in the 10th inning with a runner on first base, what looked like a harmless situation, Garrett Takamatsu, who had struck out 4 times in his first 4 at-bats, hits a mammoth 2-run home run to the deepest part of the ballpark. 2 out of Vinicio was swung on and missed. That time Claudio Custodio went with the off-speed, and Vinicio being ahead in the count wasn't bunting.
And on top of just the fact that you take that game and you win game 1, and it was a greasy win and you struck out a lot and all that, you got through Hector Yan and Yuki Narita, 2 very good pitchers for Guelph. So it's going to be, again, interesting to see how many pitchers they have available today for a game and a half.
Vinicio pops up a bunt, and he is going to be out. Catch is made at third base, and now the pressure is on Justin Mara, the lefty, to score Ryan Dos Santos from second base. There is not a lot of time left in this game as we start things off here on Sunday afternoon. Claudio Custodio is likely in line to pitch the rest of this game if all goes well, and that would be big for the Guelph Royals. Claudio Custodio is their best pitcher.
It would be, and also in a series like this, having so many games condensed into such a tight schedule, saving arms. And Custodio has worked upwards of 100, 120 pitches before. He knows what he can get up to.
Yeah.
And it's going to be big. Like you said, if he can ride this one out, even a Guelph win, which is what they're obviously hoping for, saving the arms, saving Jared Kennedy, saving Ben Reed, these guys for game 2, when it may come down to a must-win game depending how this one finishes.
Jared Kennedy, the only other available lefty in the bullpen, and he's not really, maybe a 2-inning guy, but other than that, not much of a multi-inning guy.
And we're going to likely see in the second game, if not late in this game. You know, the Brandon Deans come out of the pen, Ben Reed, who I just mentioned. A lot of the workhorses for this Guelph team that have pitched a lot throughout the regular season.
Brandon Deans also has very good numbers against the Maple Leafs. 12 innings pitched against them this year, just 4 earned runs, and he had an outing in a 3-2 win for the Guelph Royals that nearly helped them get the tiebreaker over the Maple Leafs, where he pitched 5 innings and only allowed 1 hit. 0-2 to Mara, and he pops it up towards the left side, but that one's going to get out of play. Hector Jan, most likely unavailable yesterday due to the fact that he threw 147 pitches.
Yeah. You think he's unavailable today?
I think he is, yeah.
Yeah, those are the numbers that you'll see in the IBL every once in a while. These pitchers just toss.
0-2, outside. Jordan Castaldo is on deck. I think Jordan Castaldo may be the guy that's the most locked in right now on the Maple Leafs. He had his game face on his way to the diamond today. Here's the 1-2 to Justin Mara. And he fouls it straight back.
Yeah, and we, I've already talked a good deal about all the strikeouts in the game yesterday. And there was a point before the Leafs were coming back and they were down 3-1. Castaldo had 2 really good at-bats early on in the game, drawing 2 walks after off of Hector Jan, and which is not an easy thing to do. Castaldo walks a lot, but off of Hector Jan, as a lefty-lefty, it was very impressive to watch.
Yeah, that breaking ball that seems to, like it's going to hit you in the front hip and then ends up in the strike zone is a tough one to stay in the box against.
Oh, absolutely. It dives in the same way that we talk about Willianis Alvarado's slider, how it cuts in at the very last minute.
Yeah.
Hector Jan, a different type of pitcher. He's a strikeout pitcher. He's been around much longer. But with his off-speed pitch there, it's very similar in the sense that you got to hang on to the very last second or else you're in trouble.
Runner on second, Justin Mara battling here. The 2-2 pitch is in the dirt, 3-2. The guy who did a really good job earlier in this game on Thursday against Willianis Alvarado on that breaking ball was Josh Garton. He came up in his first at-bat and looked honestly pretty lost against the breaking ball and then demolished a home run that we measured at 412 feet. And it was on a high breaking ball that he just hung in the batter's box and trusted that that ball was going to end up being over the plate. The full count pitch to Justin Mara is fouled off.
And Alvarado knew it too. As soon as he let go of that slider and it hung and it didn't dive, Garton was all over it and, as he said, just pummeled it over the right field wall. We've seen Jonathan Salazzo hit some tanks like that. Garton's added his name to that list of moonshot to give Guelph their second run of the game.
Another full count pitch. And Mara pops it up. This one's in play. And the catch is made in foul territory at third base by Malik Collymore, and it remains 2-0 Guelph Royals. Thanks for tuning in here to Maple Leafs Baseball as we head to the 6th inning on Sunday afternoon. Well, here's Marek Deska, who's going to be coming into this game technically in relief of Wilhelmus Alvarado. Marek Deska will be looking at this as more of a start where he just doesn't have a whole lot of road in front of him. And if the Maple Leafs want to win this game, he's going to have to keep it close. Marek Deska has had a fantastic season for the Maple Leafs this year.
He has been, and as of late, ending the season, he's been on a pretty good run of pitching. Off the top, like a lot of these arms for the Maple Leafs, to begin the season, it wasn't great. But he's pitched much better recently, and likewise, we talked about with Custodio. If you can get Marek Deska to throw these final 4 or so innings for you, it's going to go a long way in terms of helping save bullpen arms for Game 2, but then later on in the series. And Deska has started games. He's only started once this year out of 10 appearances with the team, but he has started before, and he has the ability to go deep into ball games, and hopefully he can close this one out here.
Marek Deska has not allowed a run, or at least has not allowed an earned run in his last 4 appearances. They've all been in relief. Here's the 1-0, and it's outside 2-0. Marek Deska falls behind the first batter he faces here, but that's not something that we see a whole lot from him. A strike thrower, as that one's fouled back.
Yeah, and Deska's not one of your guys where you want him to go in and try and strike everybody out. That's not who he is. He gets strikeouts, but he's not, unlike Hector Jan or Custodio, he's not going for them. He is very much so a pitcher who pitches to contact, and you need a good defense behind him. And I know that's, a hard thing to say when you're playing at Christie Pitts all the time with the way the infield is. But keep the pitch count low, eat some innings. It's all that you can ask out of him at this point in the game.
Here's the 2-2. And it's just outside. The batter is Owen Ellis, who appeared in last night's game. Got a couple of at-bats as well. He came in as a pinch runner for Justin Interesano on first base. Full count pitch is fouled off. Owen Ellis took a close pitch over the outside corner from Marek Deska and then fouls one off, and Deska will take a breather here on the mound, wanting to get the first batter he faces in the top of the 6th inning. He looks in, and here's the full count pitch, and it's fouled off again. Owen Ellis appeared in just 3 games in the regular season for the Guelph Royals. Up as a junior call-up, but a good bat in the lineup for the Royals. Another full count pitch. Owen Ellis wins the battle and gets on first base. Boy, that was a well-earned walk after getting up in the count 2-0. Deska battled back and then fouled off some tough pitches to draw the walk. So it's Kyle Cush now at the plate. Cush in this game is 1 for 2. So that one's upstairs. That's going to take some getting used to, seeing that there's already been 2 at-bats in the first inning.
Yeah.
We're seeing a team on a certain day.
Yeah. First of many at-bats for both teams today.
1-0 to Cush. Swing and a miss, 1-1.
And just looking at the Guelph lineup, and we're going to talk about it a little bit more later on in the game, but they've made some changes. They had an injury last night. J.D. Williams got hurt, tried to stay in the game today. He's not starting, or continuing, I should say, game 1.
Yeah, and I saw Justin Interesano in the leadoff spot, and initially I was like, well, that's odd. He doesn't usually hit leadoff, but it doesn't matter in this game because we're starting from the middle of the order.
It does not. Everything is weird, and we're just going to accept things as they come. Connor Morrow is also out of the game for the Guelph Royals. He was the shortstop.
Fouled off, pretty good distance down the left field line by Kyle Cush. Chris Robinson is on deck. He is the catcher, and he was also the catcher back in the first part of game 1 on Thursday.
A lot of moving parts on this Guelph Royals team to begin this game, or continue this game, I should say, and then to start the next game.
On the ground, Salazzo has it to second for 1. On to first. Double play just in time. A little hesitation by the first base umpire. There was a bang, bang play at first base, and the Maple Leafs roll a double play. That'll help Marek Deska out a lot, as now he has 2 outs and nobody on. And the bottom 2 hitters in the order coming up.
And that's not something that we saw a whole lot of out of the Leafs in the beginning part of the first game on Thursday. They had a tough time early on in those innings turning double plays. Now, the ball was a little bit wet. It was misty. It was dark. There were reasons why they couldn't do it. But plays like that, when you got to turn it, those are the double plays that are routine. They're right at Salazzo, and you got to turn them in the playoffs. They weren't doing that in the first part of this game. And so if they want to win this series and stay in this game, that's what they're going to have to do a lot of the time. And what we saw right there is just a nice, easy turn right to Salazzo to second, back to first. But that's what they're going to have to keep doing, because that contributed early on to the first Guelph run, is not being able to turn those double plays. Are they errors? No, they're not errors, but they're plays that should be made.
1-1 outside. The Maple Leafs got a little bit of that. The first run of the ball game coming in on a Yuichi Ishihara pop-up that wasn't caught. Ended up giving the Maple Leafs a 1-0 lead. 2-1 is in there for a strike and an unearned run to start the ball game. And in a game that was tied after 9, those runs are big. This is another tight game. 2-0 Guelph and a 2-2 pitch just outside from Marek Deska. Tried to blow the fastball by him, but just missed, and it's another full count. This is pitch number 18 for Deska. And it just missed, ball 4. Marek Deska isn't a flamethrower, but he locates his pitches very well. He's walked 2 in the inning, but boy, they have been very close takes by these Guelph Royal hitters.
And we've seen just over the first however many batters, 4 batters here to continue this game here, they're taking pitches. They're willing to watch pitches, whether that's because they're not picking up on all of his off-speed pitches or just wanting to get him out of the game, go rifle through that Leafs bullpen.
Marek Deska works best when he has the hitters in swing mode. The Guelph Royals are not in that mode right now. Here's the 0-1. He misses 1-1. Chris Robinson is at the plate. He's 0 for 1 with a walk in this game. Oh, sorry, it's Ashton Patterson who's at the plate. He's 0 for 1, no walks.
Robinson has 2, though.
Yeah. 1-2. Little bloop towards center field. Actually, that has some carry on it. Connor Lewis goes back. That had no sound off the bat. Ball's carrying here at Dominico Field on a dead calm Sunday afternoon. It's sunny, but a little chilly at the pits. The Maple Leafs looking for some offense. Welcome back. If you missed it last night, this was the dramatic moment in the 10th inning by Garrett Takamatsu, a 2-run home run. Take a look.
A 1-run ball game with Tyler Duncan at third, and Luis Bernardo is the man coming, or pardon me, it's Dennis DeBannon coming up with Luis Bernardo on deck. Coming in, I'm not sure. Yep, that is Adam Mara, number 32. He'll be the pitcher of record now. All 3 Mara brothers into the ball game.
So Jordan Castaldo is going to lead things off, then Garrett Takamatsu is on deck. Takes one in there for a strike, so it's 1-1. Jordan Castaldo officially 0 for 1 in this game. And he takes a strike. Nasty breaking ball that time from Claudio Custodio. Jordan Castaldo actually ended up scoring what was the winning run. Garrett Takamatsu was the one who drove him in, but he singled right before that Garrett Takamatsu home run. As the 1-2 pitch is upstairs, good take. There's the 2-2. Fought off. Right on the hands of Jordan Castaldo, and he found a way to get a piece of it. Garrett Takamatsu only had a couple home runs in the regular season for the Maple Leafs. He's already got 1 in 2 games in the playoffs.
Yeah, he picked a good time to do it. That's for sure.
Bouncing ball up the middle, and it's dropped at shortstop by Kyle Cush. That might go as an infield hit, though, for Jordan Castaldo, as Cush had to go a long way to his left. And once again, Jordan Castaldo's on first base for Garrett Takamatsu. That home run was not a cheap shot at all. You can say that there's some short home runs at Dominico Field because the wall is not very far out there to left and right. That one was to left center field. It's 395 out there in the power alleys in Guelph.
Guelph is not a hitter's ballpark.
No.
We talked about at the beginning of this first game on Thursday. They are a pitcher-friendly ballpark by far. So to see Takamatsu hit one that far
in that kind of a situation,
yeah. I mean, the timing of it itself is obviously impressive, but he just put a really good swing on it and makes up for the 4 strikeouts leading up to that, although pretty much everybody in the Leafs lineup was having a tough time.
Little roller on the ground to first is foul. Yeah, there were 3 batters in the Maple Leafs lineup last night with 4 strikeouts. Garrett Takamatsu just broke his bat, so he's going to have to go get a new one.
Takamatsu flares that one in a right center field for a base hit. Another broken bat. And the Leafs have something cooking here. It's 2 on and nobody out to start the inning. So back-to-back pitches. Good pitches from Custodio. Shatters a ton of wood from Takamatsu, but the Leafs have 2 men on. And it's another inning here where they have guys on to start, and it's just whether they can do anything with it. It's been a bit of a script reversal here the first game and a half or so of the playoffs, where we know the offense can be really, really good at times and the pitching has had its troubles, but right now it's been the opposite. The offense hasn't been able to do a whole lot with these good arms that Guelph has thrown out there, and the pitching has been fantastic. We saw yesterday with Sam Green and Dustin Richardson following Jesse Hodges. But if they can get the offense going here, Thomas, like they have going right now with 2 straight singles to lead off the inning.
That was a $400 single by Garrett Takamatsu. 0-1 is inside there to John Salazzo.
I'd like to say that he would easily take that trade, but
I don't know.
Is a lot. I know, I was going to say. Back-to-back pitches, too. That's...
He represents the tying run over there on first base. Salazzo in a 1-1 count. And he takes a strike. John Salazzo will be happy not to be facing a lefty, especially when it's Hector Yan. He had a tough night at the plate in Guelph, but it's to be forgiven. That's a really tough matchup.
Everybody had a tough night in Guelph. That's one of those where, in my view, you burn the tape and you move on, because there's so many games in such a short period of time.
Fisted to shortstop, throw back to second, not in time. Oh, that was close at second base. It's a line out, a soft line out for John Salazzo. Jordan Castaldo dove headlong back into second base and barely got there.
And we've seen that a couple times. I mean, we saw it early on in the Thursday game when there was a play at second and the umps had to get together and overturn it.
So this is what they're asking for right now. They're asking for another one. Can you ask your partner if he saw something different? And the umps are going to come together and talk about this. Maybe.
Now, and it should be said, the play here with Castaldo was much closer, bang, bang, from our vantage point than the one early on in the third or fourth inning on Thursday when we started this game.
They might overturn this. I'm going to be honest, he was safe. Or he was out.
Yeah, I think
he was out.
I think it could have gone either way, but yeah, it wouldn't shock me to see them overturn this.
Safe. Okay.
Now
it was a whole lot closer than the one a couple nights ago, but from our vantage point here, it looked like he was out. And in fairness to the umpire, he did not have a good vantage point on it because Jordan Castaldo was diving back, and he was right behind Jordan Castaldo, so his body would have been blocking his hand touching the base. So it's almost an impossible call to make. We have a better angle on it up here because we can kind of see the side view.
And that's the IBL iteration of we don't have enough evidence to overturn
Yeah.
that call.
Yeah.
So you go with what you originally called. And the Leafs catch a break right there. I mean, it happened at Guelph at the beginning of this game on Thursday, and the Leafs now catch a break here. But again, you got runners on. Team at bats. You got to get them over and get them in.
Hodges fouls it off. He's at the plate trying to take advantage of this for the Maple Leafs.
And that's really been the struggle over this first game and a half to an extent for the Leafs, is we know them as this prolific offense who can score as many runs as anybody. But they're having a tough time getting runners over to third base even this series so far.
On the ground towards third base. Play at second for one. On to first. Double play. Well, the call at second doesn't matter anyway because Claudio Custodio gets Jesse Hodges to roll into a double play, and that's a big couple of outs for the Guelph Royals as they lead 2-0 over the Maple Leafs. Justin Intersano is going to get his first at-bat of this game.
One of the two Guelph replacements from the first half of this game. He's replacing the injured J.D. Williams, who hurt himself late in the game yesterday and tried to stay in for a while, but right off the bat, a replacement. And then following him, Connor Morrow is out of this game, who we already briefly talked about. Darius Barless is replacing him, and the defense jumbles.
Yeah. Intersano chops one foul towards his dugout. He's behind 0-2. Merrick Deska walked a couple guys in his first inning of work, but not for lack of hitting the strike zone. He's throwing many more strikes than balls. It's just these Guelph Royals batters are fouling a lot of pitches off. Tried to bust Intersano inside, but he took it for ball 2. Intersano, one of the veterans on this Guelph Royal team. It's a one-hopper to Dan Marr at second base. He throws to first for out number 1.
And as you pointed out, the only time in the history of ever that we're going to see Intersano bat leadoff for this Guelph Royals. It's out of necessity. We get it.
Yeah, he drives runs in.
Yeah, he's a middle of the order bat, and when you're dealing with, not the largest rosters, we're not dealing with MLB style rosters here, with guys' availability and such. So you got to play with who you're given. But Intersano will come in. He'll take over first base. Garton will move to right field.
Another chopper. Two-hopper for Dan Marr this time. Throws to first. Out number 2. Quick first 2 outs for Merrick Deska, who is about to throw pitch number 30 in his third inning of work.
And just to complete talking about all these position movements for the Guelph Royals, Intersano comes in. He's at first base. Darius Barless moves to second. Kyle Cush is now at short. In the outfield, Ethan Hammond goes from right to left. Patterson's in center. And Josh Garton, he of the 412-foot moonshot, is now in right field.
This time he pops it up. John Salazzo's under it. He gives way to Jose Vinicio, who makes the catch. What an inning for Merrick Deska. Needs less than 10 pitches to get out of the 7th inning, but the Maple Leafs still need some runs. They trail 2-0 to Guelph. Oh, Dan Mara had a couple simple plays at shortstop, turned over by Marek Deska. All right, second base, I should say, that Marek Deska turned over to get a quick top of the 7th inning. Now the bats need to come around for the Maple Leafs. Good guy to lead things off in Dan Mara as he takes one just outside. It's 1-1.
And we've seen the last 2 innings. The Leafs get guys on. They just can't do anything with it, right? The Leafs had 2 on, nobody out to start the last inning, 2 singles. And they just can't capitalize on that. And especially against Custodio, you've really got to, when you get those chances, there are so few of them that you got to take advantage of them.
If Dan Mara finds a gap here, he's going to have a triple. The Guelph Royals outfield is played way in. I mean, Josh Garton in the outfield, it seems like he's like 30 feet from the infield grass.
Yeah, he doesn't seem too concerned about any opposite field power that Dan Mara may have.
2-2. Which that's a good scouting report, to be honest, but if for any reason a ball was to find it in between any of those outfielders, it's going to take them a while to retrieve that baseball.
It will, and Garton's played some outfield, but he's not primarily out there.
Yeah, he's not a
primarily
speedster.
at first
Yeah.
base, DHing.
Full count. This one's on the ground. Sliding stop by Malik Collymore. He throws to first. Tag applied. Oh, Justin Interessano saves what was a beautiful play from Malik Collymore, putting the tag on Dan Mara.
And the ball finds you, right? The ball will find you. And for plays like that, Interessano coming into this game, having him play first base, did not start. The ball finds you, and in the playoffs, it will find you even more. And when you get plays like that, you got to make them. And the Guelph Royals have done a good job at doing that. When they've needed a double play, they've gotten a double play. Defensively, they've been pretty good. Base running-wise, it's been another story for them. But plays like that, they've been pretty good.
The infield is expecting a bunt from Ryan Dos Santos as Malik Collymore is in on the grass. 0-1. Inside.
The last time Dos Santos was up, bunted for a base hit down the third baseline, and then the game got postponed.
1-1. Swing and a miss, 1-2.
So he's had a break of about 48 hours in between his last at-bat and this at-bat.
One-two pitch in the dirt. Good take there from Dos Santos. So that's pitch number 103 officially this game. And I think he's around the 30 to 40 pitch mark today. I didn't take note of that as there's a swing and a miss, strike 3, out number 2. Did you take count of what the pitch count was before?
I knew it was in the 70s.
In the 70s?
I knew it was in the 70s.
Yeah, so he'd be at
So
about 35.
Yeah, mid-30s.
Connor Lewis is at the plate. And he pops it up. On the infield, it's Kyle Cush. He's there, he makes the catch, and another tidy inning for Claudio Custodio. To the 8th we go, Guelph holding on to a 2-0 lead. Malik Collymore made a sensational play at third base last inning to help Claudio Custodio through a 1-2-3 frame. He comes up to lead off the 8th. First pitch was outside, ball 1. Marek Deska still on the mound for the Maple Leafs. And even if the Maple Leafs don't win this game, if Marek Deska can finish this thing off, that is huge for the Maple Leafs bullpen.
Oh, absolutely.
And as there's a strike from Marek Deska, it's 2-1. You mentioned about Sam Green, which I wanted to elaborate on as well. There was a couple people who won the game for the Maple Leafs last night.
Sam Green was,
Yeah.
in my mind, I mean, I don't know if I can say officially he was the biggest reason as to why, but that is exactly what you needed. He didn't have it the easiest. There were guys on, and he pitched around him, and he just did a fantastic job out of that pen. And so did Dustin Richardson in the last inning and 2/3.
Yeah.
The bullpen over that game yesterday, and not even just the bullpen, I'll throw Hodges in there as the starter, was terrific. Everybody did their jobs. And that's what you're going to have to do to squeak out these tight wins in the playoffs.
3-2. The unsung heroes of that game was Dustin Richardson, Jesse Hodges, and Sam Green. And then you can throw Takamatsu in there for a game-winning home run, I guess.
It was just incredible to watch. I love watching a pitcher's duel. Everyone loves offense. I'm a pitching guy at heart. I love watching them go at it.
That one's outside, ball for a third walk for Marek Deska. Would that have anything to do with you being a pitcher in
probably.
University Baseball? Yeah,
I'm a little bit biased, but even in this game, or the second half of this game and the first part on Thursday, one bad pitch from Alvarado, which was a home run. Early on in the game, he was giving up base runners, and they got a run early on. But other than that, both sides have pitched incredibly well yesterday's game. A very, very good start by Hector Jan, obviously. Hodges on our side. A terrific all-around first game and a half.
Runner goes. Throw down to second is not in time. And look at Dan Mara backing up the play there to make sure that didn't go into center field. The throw is a bit offline from Justin Mara. That'll be a stolen base for Malik Collymore, who had a monstrous jump. You just saw Wilhenis Alvarado there. Just for clarification, not that it would matter, but Wilhenis Alvarado is out of this game. He cannot come back in the game. Anyone who is subbed out, even though the game happened 2 days ago or started 2 days ago, anyone who's subbed out is officially out of the game. So if Claudio Custodio hadn't come back on the mound, he would be out of this game as well, which I guess is something Guelph didn't want to face.
No, and it changes things, right? Had Guelph won that game yesterday, maybe the thinking would have been different. But when you go down 0-1 in a best-of-5,
hit to center field. Connor Lewis coming in. Collymore tags, and he'll stay right at second base. That ball sent Connor Lewis in about 5 to 10 steps. So Ethan Hammond now officially 2 for 4 in the game.
And just to circle back to that point real quick, we're expecting Yomar Concepcion to start the second game for Guelph today, which is
Good
the
chance,
second game of the day, third game overall. We get it, it's confusing. But the fact that yesterday they really only needed Hector Jan and Yuki Narita. And yeah, they lost the game, but the bright side to that is you save arms. You save arms. And Narita's started games before. He can throw a lot of pitches. So if they need him today, I imagine they'll turn to him. And they don't have the largest bullpen. I looked at the roster before the game today. They don't have a ton of guys.
No.
So in games like that, you got to take the cup half full if you're Guelph and say, we have the arms.
Back to second. Ooh, that was a close play. Malik Collymore was leaning towards third base. And Marek Deska, who hasn't thrown over to a base yet today, tried to pick him off at second. Yomar Concepcion has given up some runs against the Maple Leafs this season, but almost all of them are unearned. Officially, he's only given up 1 earned run over 6 innings pitched against Toronto this season.
Yeah, and we'll talk more about it if and when he comes out to start the second game.
He'll pitch
today.
at some point, most likely.
He will pitch at some point. Brandon Deans will pitch at some point, I'd imagine.
So that one's in the dirt. Counts now 3-0.
But he is a very different pitcher than who the Leafs would have faced in the first 2 games, 2 starters, with Jan and Custodio being big strikeout guys. Concepcion is not that. He is not that at all. So it's a totally different approach that the Leafs will have to take if they want to get the offense going. Facing a guy who's more of a contact pitcher who gives up hits could kickstart the offense. It's exactly what they need.
Owen Ellis takes right down the middle. It's 3-1. He walked in his first at-bat today. He's 0 for 2 this game. 3-1. This one's popped up. Jose Vinicio gives it a look, but Jesse Hodge is going to come in and make the catch. For out number 2, Jesse Hodges swaying under that ball as maybe there's a little bit of wind starting to happen up there at Christie Pitts.
And we've seen it now in back-to-back innings with Marek Deska on the mound. We talk about it. He's not a big strikeout guy. He gets weak contact. Okay, there's a runner in second, nobody out this inning. Easy pop-up to center, easy pop-up to left. Last inning, pop-ups to shortstop to Vinicio and to the third baseman Solazzo. Weak contact to Dan Marr at second. He's very good at inducing soft contact.
Kyle Cush hits one towards center field. Connor Lewis is coming in, and he makes the catch on the run to end the inning. Marek Deska, another good inning as he gets the Maple Leafs through 8, and it's 2-0 for Guelph. We'll be right back. All right, Jose Vinicio, the Maple Leafs leadoff hitter, will get a chance to try and spark something here in the bottom of the 8th. The Leafs need 2 runs. They have 2 innings to do it, as long as they can keep this Guelph Royals offense at bay. First pitch is in there for a strike, and Vinicio throws his head back after the call.
Yeah, we've seen that quite a bit throughout the IBL playoffs. I'm not even going to pinpoint this series, but watching other games, there have been some unhappy hitters in the first round.
We can't see the strike zone from here, but what we can see is how players deal with it as Vinicio fouls it off. It's very easy, and correct or incorrect strike calls, I mean, you see it in every baseball game. It completely changes you're at bat. Like, let's say Jose Vinicio was correct that was a ball. Well, now he's behind 0-2. And that changes the way you come to the plate a lot. But, I mean, if you let that get to your head, that's going to really eat you up for the rest of the game. Here's the 0-2 pitch. And it's high, 1-2.
And you could make that case for what we saw yesterday with all the strikeouts attributed to Hector Jan. They weren't all swinging. There were guys that were unhappy with the called strikes, and did it get to them? Yeah, probably. I mean, it would get to a lot of people.
Vinicio hits one on the ground, and a diving stop, but it rolls past him, and then maybe a bit of an ill-advised glove flip at second base. Justin Interesano just made an all-out diving play, and he just missed it. That was a heck of an effort there at first base.
Yeah, he got to it. It was a heck of a dive, and he got to it. It's just, I think, when he landed the way he did with his glove, and as soon as he started to turn, it just flipped right out. We saw that up the middle with Kyle Cush ranging for the Jordan Castaldo single, and it just got knocked out of his glove ever so slightly on the right side of second base as he was trying to turn to throw it. A heck of a play there, nonetheless from Interesano, but a single either way for Jose Vinicio.
Shout out to Darius Barless there at second base. That was the most hope and a prayer glove flip I've ever seen. Runners all the way there, not looking, backhanded.
Hey, I love it. Sometimes runners don't run. Like, you can catch them every once in a while thinking that it was a caught line drive out or whatever the case may be.
Jose Vinicio, though, has good speed, although he was caught in the first inning in last night's ball game. That pitch is in the dirt, and Justin Marr is ahead in the count, 2-0.
And it's worth noting that there is no action in either bullpen. This is Custodio's game, and this is Deska's game. And when it comes down to it, no matter how it ends, it will be Deska pitching the ninth and Custodio closing this game.
So that'll be big for the Maple Leafs. And then the next guy that you're going to see, that's the long man. Sam Green was up over 60 pitches yesterday. He probably won't be available today. But they still have Julian Jr. Valdez, who can eat up some innings in the bullpen for the Maple Leafs.
And Valdez has been better recently, too. Like, when you get to the second part of the season for the Leafs after the trade deadline, the arms have started to get going. Their numbers are inflated across the board because of the first half of the season. But when you cut that down and you look at the second half, they got a pretty good bullpen going.
3-0 in there for a strike, right at the top of the strike zone. Mara is 1 for 2 this game, or was 1 for 2 last game.
All the games are combining together in my head.
No, he is 1 for 2 this game as well. Outside corner for a strike, full count. Oh, how about Claudio Custodio battling back from 3-0? Now he's got Justin Mara right where he wants him. Runner on first base. 3-2. And Mara fouls it off. He went with the fastball. Jose Vinicio on his infield single was way out in front of a Claudio Custodio breaking ball. The Maple Leafs hitters have been sitting fastball on Custodio this game, and it hasn't worked out yet. Here's the 3-2. Swing and a miss on the breaking ball. He got him. Out number 1. That's a gutsy pitch there on the 3-2 breaking ball, and he located it perfectly.
It is, and it's not something that we've seen a whole hell of a lot of this year from the Maple Leafs. The amount of strikeouts that they're putting up in the playoffs, these numbers, this has not been a season-long endeavor of, oh my goodness, they suddenly can't hit off-speed pitches or they can't hit fastballs, they strike out 16 times a game. This is not the team that they are. They are very much, throughout the regular season, a contact-hitting team. What has changed in the playoffs? Well, they'd have to answer that, but this is not what we're used to seeing out of the Toronto Maple Leafs.
In there for a strike against Jordan Castaldo, 0-1. And for the Guelph Royals, they caught the Maple Leafs on a bit of an off day, maybe, or maybe they just got a great performance on the mound. I think it's a little bit of both. but they didn't win the game. And now they're going to really have to battle 2 games here at Dominico Field. 0-1. Fouled over the Maple Leafs dugout by Jordan Castaldo. They have a great chance at winning this game, which putting Claudio Custodio on the mound was the Guelph Royals going all in to win this first game here today.
To me, what that says is that, yeah, you have to win this game in their mind, purely because the difference in pitch ability between Custodio and Jan compared to Concepcion and then everyone else on that bullpen staff is so different. Custodio, the IBL MVP in 2022, Jan, who's put up massive strikeout numbers ever since he's joined the Guelph Royals, but there's such a drastic difference between the way that they pitch and the way that everyone else pitches on that team that they figure, well, you gotta win game 1, which is really game 2 today. And that's not to say that they don't have faith or trust in Concepcion and Ben Reed and Jared Kennedy and all these guys, and Narita to an extent too, but they just aren't the flamethrowers. They aren't the strikeout guys that are your number 1 and 2 starters. And it would have been very risky, especially after how last night ended, if they pulled Custodio from this game here.
1-2, check swing, did he go? No, says the umpire at second base.
And in just half a game, we've heard both teams express their displeasure at this call or that call. And somehow I have a feeling that it will not be the end of it for today. Then again, it rarely
regardless
ever is.
of what gets called.
Regardless of how it goes.
2-2 to Jordan Castaldo, and he takes upstairs 3-2. At one point in this at-bat, Jordan Castaldo was down in the count 0-2, and he's battled all the way back. Garrett Takamatsu's on deck, who's riding the hot bat with the home run last night. Full count coming here to Jordan Castaldo. 1 out with a runner on first. And it's inside, ball 4. Jordan Castaldo draws the walk, and now we have an MVP versus MVP matchup between Custodio and Garrett Takamatsu.
And you just know that Takamatsu, obviously he really wants to do something here, but earlier on in this game, on Thursday, the Leafs had the bases loaded and 1 out, and first pitch swinging off of Custodio grounded into a double play right to the shortstop, Morrow. So I'm sure that's in the back of his mind too, where he really wants to make up for that, because that was the Leafs' best opportunity on Thursday to get some runs, and they couldn't put any across.
Swing and a miss, strike 1. Takamatsu a bit behind the fastball.
And with Venicio's speed, a single into the outfield, I'd imagine, unless it's right at someone and it's a one-hopper, that he's scoring.
Takamatsu hit .313 in the regular season for the Maple Leafs. He hits one hard on the ground. Cush to second for 1. On to first. Picked out by Justin Interesano for a huge double play. Oh, how big will that be in the outcome of this game? The Guelph Royals hanging on to the bottom of the 8th. We go. Chris Robinson is going to lead things off for the Guelph Royals here in the top of the ninth. Looking for some insurance runs. Merrick Deska is still on the hill for the Maple Leafs. (1-0). The decision to keep Claudio Custodio in this game on 3 days rest is one that will either make you look like a genius or whatever the opposite of that is. So far for the Guelph Royals, it's made them look very good, because there's kind of two ways to looking at it. You can, as here's the 1-2 pitch, popped into the outfield, running on and following foul territory. Ryan Dos Santos was sprinting to make that catch, but it was well foul. There's two ways you can look at it. The one way you can look at it is see what happens, and then if you need to use Claudio Custodio here in game 2 because they'd be playing with their backs against the wall, then you do it. Or you put Claudio Custodio, who's your best pitcher, in the game that you have the best chance to win. And that's the game that you're already leading 2-0.
Yeah, and
ground ball here to third base. John Salazzo has it. Whips to first. Oh, it skips off the glove of Jordan Castaldo. I thought he might have picked that. It was kind of an awkward play where he was reaching between his legs to grab that ball, and it gets away, so that'll be an error.
It was an off-balance throw from Salazzo. He was throwing it off his off foot and just spiked it, and that would have been a very tough pick for Castaldo. But yeah, and going back to what you were saying a minute ago about the pitching, is that yes, it's a tough decision either way. I wouldn't say, the right answer is the one that works, right? That's always the case in any decision that a manager makes. So if the Guelph Royals hold on to this game and win, that's the right answer. Okay, so you turn it into a best of 3 essentially. You've now pitched Claudio Custodio a ton of pitches in the first 2 out of the 3 games that you've played, assuming he doesn't pitch next game.
Patterson drops one down. Throw to first in time.
And with that, you look at his pitch counts and you look at the rest and how quickly the turnaround is. You play the game 3 here today on Sunday, then Tuesday, Wednesday, 4 and 5 if needed. Are you going to be able to use Custodio again? You'll be able to use Hector Jan again. But come Tuesday, the Maple Leafs, by removing Alvarado from this game, have assured that they will get at least one more Welenis Alvarado start, as the Leafs opt to intentionally walk
Justin Interesano
here, so there will be runners on first and second. But with that being said, by facing Custodio this game, I'd imagine that it all but guarantees you to not face him again, although how much does he have left in the tank? Could he go in game 5 on Wednesday? That remains to be seen. So it's tough. It's tough.
Darius Barless is at the plate. Maple Leafs intentionally walking Interesano in favor of Barless.
Now, the other hypothetical scenario that didn't happen is, what if this game restarted in the bottom of the 5th, the Leafs don't score, and then the Royals had put up like 6 in the top of the 6th? Would you have pulled them?
That's interesting.
It's an interesting debate, because then you can say, well, Custodio's pitch would have thrown like 10 pitches or something, and then you have him for another game. Now, that didn't happen, and it's close, and you got to win this game if you're Guelph, so it doesn't matter. But had that happened, it would have been a very interesting move to see if Guelph says, we're not testing fate, we're leaving Custodio in, or we save him.
Line drive towards center field. Connor Lewis plays it on a hop. He might have a play at second base. The throw is not in time, but it gets away anyway. So the bases are loaded. All runners had to hold up, fearing that ball might be caught in center field by Connor Lewis, and the bases are loaded, and look who it is. Josh Garton comes to the plate.
And every time you've heard me speak on the broadcast this season, I talk about plays not made. That's a play that isn't made. It's not an error by any stretch of the imagination, and it was actually a good job by Lewis to fake the catch there to have the runners hold up. But if that throw was about a foot higher, it would have been a very close play at second.
Line drive, and it gets through the infield. 1 run comes in to score. The second run is Justin Interesano. He will score, and it's 4-0 Royals.
And it's fitting. We were just talking about what would have happened if the Royals had scored some runs. Plays not made.
Yeah, that ball did end up going under the glove of Dan Mara, and had he made a spectacular stab on it, it would have been a very easy double play ball. But you can't blame him much, as that was an absolute rocket to second base.
Yeah.
And now Coach Rob Butler's going to come out to the mound to talk to Marek Deska. No pitching change being made yet, and no action in the Maple Leafs bullpen either.
And it's tough because that was such a hard shot at second, and it would have been a very difficult short hop pick for Dan Mara out there. But, you know, this is what happens. You start the inning with an error, a play, and then what I would call a play not made with the runner on second, and you put yourself in bad situations. You can only play with fire for so long.
Here's a pop-up. Ryan Dos Santos coming in, makes the catch. The runner stopping halfway. The throw was a good one from Ryan Dos Santos.
Now on the flip side, as we keep going back and forth on the Claudio Custodio pitching debate here, is that, hey, if you had to give up some more runs to Guelph, the 9th inning would be the time to do it. Because, sure, you may lose this game, but now there is no saving Custodio. You've made him throw so many pitches this game that, unlike what I was talking about, if this had happened in the 6th, it would have changed things. But here, it changes nothing in the fact that, yeah, you'll have to face Claudio Custodio for one more inning, but that's it. Then he'll be done. He'll be at 130 or something pitches.
High fastball cut on and missed, as Ethan Hammond is at the plate. Ethan Hammond is 2 for 4 in this game with a strikeout. 0-1, just outside.
And an inning like this emphasizes that the amount of runners left on base in this game for the Leafs is not insignificant. Coming up with runners on first and second, nobody out. Bases loaded, 1 out. Stretching back to Thursday.
Line drive, Jose Vinicio drops it at shortstop, and another run will come in to score. It's 5-0 now. Now it's a soft liner. Vinicio got to it, but just couldn't squeeze it in the glove. So Guelph has really opened this one up here in the top of the 9th inning, in a day which, if they had lost this game, the series could have been over just like that in one day. But with a win here this afternoon, the Guelph Royals will at least live to play again in Guelph. And now, if they find a way to win Game 3 of this series, which will happen in about an hour's time, they would be heading back to Guelph with a chance to win the series. Things have just got very interesting for the game that's about to happen this afternoon. 1-0, fouled off. Hot shot.
And it just shows you how quickly things can spiral, right? 15 minutes ago, we were talking about the tying runs on first base for the Leafs. Garrett Takamatsu's coming up. You can't score there. And now the game is blown wide open. Deska's going to finish this game. No one's warming up. Custodio's going to finish the game for Guelph. But you had your chance this game, is what I'm trying to say. You've had the opportunities. They've been there, and you haven't been able to score.
Dan Mara catches the pop-up, but it's a 3-run inning for the Guelph Royals in the top of the 9th. They lead 5-0, and the last chance for the Maple Leafs coming up. Well, lots of work to do for the Maple Leafs. John Salazzo will start it off as he faces Claudio Custodio, still on the mound. Custodio has pitched officially 8 innings in this game so far. 1-0 is in the dirt. So that one's just outside. The official pitch count for Claudio Custodio is 129, which is a fun number to look at, but isn't really based in much, as there's a leadoff walk by John Salazzo.
And if you're the Leafs in this case, obviously you want to score 6 runs here and win. That's the ideal scenario. But what your secondary goal should be, because I love talking about pitchers, is that you want to work Custodio enough that it makes someone get up in the bullpen. It makes someone come in the game for one last out. You go down fighting so much so that, okay, fine, you've capitulated, you may not win, but you scrap and you claw, and you never know that, oh, if Ben Reed has to come in here and get one out, what happens? Well, okay, fine, if he comes in, maybe he then won't be available the second game. Maybe he won't be as sharp the second game. Every little advantage that you want is available to you, you got to take in the playoffs, and you should be taking all regular season long. You never know what happens. Maybe someone starts to warm up and they, don't feel good in the bullpen and they have to be shut down, or Custodio gives up a couple runs here, or whatever the case might be. But especially in the playoffs, fine, you capitulate, you may not win. There's a checklist of other things that you can do to help benefit your team moving forward, even if they're minute and not as important as one may think. So in this ninth, that's what the Leafs should be trying to do here, beyond coming back and winning. And we've seen it. Custodio's now at, 132 pitches?
Yeah.
Like, every pitch that you make him throw is a chance that is ever so slightly less that he will come back and pitch Game 5 if you make it to a Game 5. There's wins to be had.
Jesse Hodges finds himself in a 1-2 count here. He's fouled off a couple pitches. Now he hits one on the ground to second base. Play to second for one. On to first. Double play. Oh boy, that wasn't a tailor-made double play ball by any means, but Darius Barlas had a beautiful backhanded flip to Kyle Kush to turn it.
And as soon as I say that, the point becomes null and void. The Leafs will be the first ones to admit this in an interview or talking to themselves or anywhere. In this one game that is over the span of 2 different days, too many double play balls. Too many double play balls. It's as simple as that. You hit too many double play balls. You would have had at least 2 runs this game. And this isn't picking on anyone in particular. It's not even really a slight as a whole, because again, this hasn't been a problem the whole year. But in the playoffs, over the span of Thursday and today in this one game, too many double play balls. You would have scored 2 runs had you even just a fielder's choice. So that's something obviously that you can try not to put the ball on the ground as much. You can do this and that, and more often than not, it's not really up to your control, but man.
Dan Mara lifts the ball into the outfield. Owen Ellis is under it and he makes the catch. And we have a 1-1 series between the Toronto Maple Leafs and the Guelph Royals as they win this one 5-0. And on the mound, Claudio Custodio pitches a complete game shutout on just 7 hits. So a beautiful pitching performance over the span of 2 days by Claudio Custodio. And the Maple Leafs are going to have a deciding, or not a deciding game, but a very important game coming up here in about 30 minutes time. You can stay right here on the Maple Leafs YouTube channel if you like. We'll have some entertainment from you, from some content from the Maple Leafs season, but we appreciate you tuning in, and we'll see you in about 30 minutes time. Joined by Jordan Castaldo from the Toronto Maple Leafs. Jordan, I know you've said that this is going to be your final year in the Intercounty Baseball League, so I kind of wanted to reflect on what your baseball career has been. I know it's been a long time for you, 28 years playing this game of baseball. I want to go back to where it all started, though. What got you into playing baseball as a youngster?
Oh, wow. Really, there were two main things that got me into baseball. That was I'm a 1989 birthday, so by the time I was of any sort of comprehension, it was a 1993 Blue Jays World Series tape that constantly got played in the basement. And then just playing catch with my dad. Honestly, he would just he got me involved in baseball. He put my first glove on my hand. We would just play in the front yard. Just all evening long. I mean, that was really it. We used to have a cottage. We used to play up there, and it was just it was what I always wanted to do, and then that's my dad's fault.
You made it quite far in your baseball career. You made it to playing college baseball, which I know is something that the very low percentage of baseball players can say. What was it like making it to college baseball and playing for Arkansas?
It was when I kind of reflect on it, it was quite the journey, but it was such a fun journey. I mean, I made lifelong friends from so many of the teams that I played on to this day. Guys I played with when I was 8. Guys I started playing against when I was 12 and 13, and joined the same elite program, the same Ontario Blue Jay team, and carried our friendships all the way through. And there's still a lot of close friends to this day. And then really just kind of going through the process, it was just for me it was just playing baseball and having fun. I knew kind of in my 17, 18 year there would be maybe the opportunity. And certainly when you started going away to tournaments, you started seeing coaches with the jackets and the logos of the schools on them and so on and so forth. So, but I tried never to pay too much attention to them. I kind of learned my lesson the hard way through hockey. I just tried to stay away from thinking about it too much and just try to enjoy it and just enjoyed being around the guys and being young men and going to all these away tournaments. And then we were down there in Florida for a perfect game tournament, and that's when my first school happened. And then I really just kind of took it as stepping stones. I didn't think it was any dramatic step. I mean, I think I had come to know myself, my capabilities. Growing up through high school, I kind of knew what I expected of myself. So I always had confidence going in. Of course, it was a different experience and culture shock where you end up. A lot of us, guys end up at junior colleges first, small little towns. Quite different than growing up in Toronto. So culture shock and all that. But it was for me. I just I'm pretty adaptable, so it was adapting to those environments was a lot of fun and getting to know it was really just about the relationships. And again, the baseball and the level I was playing is kind of secondary.
When you talk about the opportunity coming out of baseball, a lot of people want to play college baseball and then get drafted into Major League Baseball. That didn't happen for you, but I feel like it was maybe fate to come and do what you did here in the Intercounty Baseball League, with winning 6 championships in a row with the Barrie Bay Cats, and then spending 2 years with the Toronto Maple Leafs, going to the finals for the next couple times. Do you regret not having a shot at the MLB draft, knowing what went on to happen over the next couple of years with what you did in the Intercounty Baseball League?
That's the first time I've ever been asked a question like that. But you know what? I didn't necessarily project to be I didn't necessarily have a big league tool. So, my hopes were that I would have a good enough season that I would impress at least one person and get a shot. I had a little bit of a shot later on with, I worked with, this Arizona Diamondback scout up here. Got invited to a professional tryout down there. Great tryout, and then, long story short, kind of got catapulted into indie ball, and, was in Schaumburg in the Frontier League for about 3 weeks and got released, and that's kind of what I wanted to do. I wanted to give it my one shot, and I was happy with that. And at that point I kind of understood that I had made it to a pretty high level, and you know what, I guess I had to realize, I was aware of, you know, how difficult it would be, and I was aware of the percentages of what it's like to get to the major league. So, you know, at that point, I just wanted to, you know, kind of start my life or move in the direction that I wanted to go. I knew I had to go back to school, so I went back to school, and then yeah, like you said, you know, I ended up playing in this league for all these years, and you know, try to tell some of these young guys. I mean, we're lucky to have, you know, a league like this in which we can play in. I mean, I'm, you know, 34 years old now, and I have no idea what I'm doing seeing, you know, 95 miles an hour in this league right now. So, you know, the league's up. It's been a lot of fun. It's been a challenge. Yeah, obviously, I'm trying to adapt to this level of baseball. This feels different this year. But again, to get back to your question, you know, I have no regrets. I have so many good memories along the way, even when I was here the first time around. You know, before I got traded to Barrie, a lot of good memories with a lot of those older guys who kind of mentored me, and, you know, as a matter of fact, I just repeated what one of those guys said to me, and the fact that we were lucky to have a league like this to play in. So, you know, it was, you know, the time in Barrie, you know, speaks for itself. I think I've been on record, you know, so many times saying it was, you know, the camaraderie of that group. Yeah. You know, so many good memories. Obviously, the heartbreak at first with losing to Brantford in 13, and then obviously the 6 consecutive. And you know, I don't need to get into details about that. It's quite the experience when you win a championship in this league. We got to do it 6 times with a great group, and then obviously coming back here and, you know, just playing again with some friends that I've known since, you know, high school, right? So, and just been a blast, and we've been so close the last couple of years. So, do I regret any of it? Absolutely not. You know, I think this is kind of, you know, this is how it worked out, and you know, I'm still doing it because I enjoy it, and you know what? At the end of the day, I have absolutely no regrets how things turned out.
So there have been ups and downs in your baseball career. I can think of times winning championships. I can think of times when you had really tough injuries in the playoffs, maybe like a couple of years ago with the Toronto Maple Leafs. And I think it's fair to say over these last, you know, 28 years of you playing baseball that it's been a massive part of your life. What has baseball taught you, maybe like going away from the sports side, but what has baseball taught you about yourself, and how has it changed you as a person?
Oh, I mean, this is such a humbling game. I think any baseball player will say that. You know, first and foremost, it taught me humility. I try to be as humble as I possibly can at all times. But you know, there's been so many moments where, you know, there were challenges, and it may not have been directly related to baseball, but it was more the fact that I was on the baseball team, and I'm, you know, referring to all those moments where you had to, you know, get through, you know, 6 a.m. running in college, or, you know, things that you don't necessarily love to do. So it definitely taught me, you know, grit, determination, resiliency, you know, teamwork and leadership, and all these skills you can rhyme off that have been totally translatable to, you know, my personal life. So, I mean, this is, if you want a lifelong lesson in life lessons, then this is a sport you need to play.
What would you say to maybe some of the younger guys on the Toronto Maple Leafs that, I mean, some of them actually did get drafted into Major League Baseball, but a lot of guys that come to this league have played professional and now they're playing here. So maybe they didn't get to the original goal that they started with. What would you say to them, and can you still have a very prosperous baseball career even if you don't get drafted into Major League Baseball?
Yeah, of course. You can definitely have a prosperous career, and maybe not in the financial sense with this, right? But you can certainly have a prosperous and joyous career, and you can have a lot of fun doing it. You can make a lot of friends along the way. You know, as far as the younger guys who are, you know, in and out of pro ball, I mean, yeah, I kind of just explained to them my story, and then, you know, I had the opportunity, you know, albeit not the one I necessarily wanted, but, you know, I chased it, I went after it, and I knew that if I went after it, yeah, I wouldn't have any regrets of how things turned out. And so that's really the approach I take with a lot of these guys, and that's, you know, what I tell them, because, you know, I don't want them to regret it, right? You know, that old adage of kind of giving it everything you have, right? So I tell them to chase it, you know, that, you know, if they're here, and, you know, it'd be nice to have them here. Like, for example, Sam Green at the start of the year when he had his opportunity with one of the teams in Quebec.
Yeah.
And I said, Sam, go do it, man. Give it your best, because you never know what might happen. Because there are, some crazy stories of guys, never been drafted, played indie ball, got signed, and next thing you know, they're in the big leagues. I think Daniel Nava's one of those guys. But
Yep.
I mean, you never know in this game. You only have to impress one person every time. So I tell them to chase it, and I tell them to do what is going to make them happy. And oftentimes this league is looked at as a step below those ones. So of course, the idea is to continue to play at the highest level. And if it works out, it works out. And if it doesn't, then you're more than welcome to come back here and continue playing. If you love, you really have to love the game to play in this league, right? And I think, right now we have a locker room of guys who love this game. So, if your heart's not into it, you can't just show up here and be successful. This league is tough now, really tough. And, I just tell them to have fun and enjoy it.
You've been to a lot of IBL finals in the last couple of years, actually. I don't remember the last time you weren't in an IBL finals. And there's a lot of guys in that locker room, like you said, that would like to get there as well. You've said this is going to be your last year in the Intercounty Baseball League. What would it mean to win a championship? Do you need to win a championship to retire here in the Intercounty Baseball League?
So I don't need a championship to retire. But I can tell you this, if we won a championship, it would be the greatest championship of my career. I could already tell you that. Just with, the nature of this team, the fan base, the tradition, the name. That would be something special. I think kind of what it is too is, I remember seeing a video of when the last time these guys won it here. I think that was 2007. So. I remember seeing a video, seeing pictures of what the pits looked like that night. And I know we've been close, but we haven't had the opportunity to play, a game where we're going to eliminate the other team at home. It would be special. It would be so special because the whole reason why I keep come back the last few years is to try to get those guys who are some of my lifelong friends in there. Try to get those, be a part of getting them a ring and having them experience it at least once, because like I said earlier, I got to experience 6 of them, and it was a whole lot of fun. And it's memories that you'll have forever. So it would certainly be the best. I guess I got to circle back on that comment. All 6 of those championships in Barrie were super special, and this one would be right there with them all.
Well, Jordan, thanks for doing this. I know there's a lot of Toronto Maple Leafs fans that are very excited to see how your story ends and how this season unfolds as well. So thanks a lot.
I appreciate it, man.
Well, you've been having these three great starts on the mound for the Maple Leafs, so it sparked me to have a lot of conversations about you to your teammates as well. And a lot of the time when we talk about you, they say, "Yeah, this guy kind of came out of nowhere last year and just kind of inserted himself in the Intercounty Baseball League." We know that's not the case. You didn't come out of nowhere. What's your background in baseball, and where did Sam Green come out of coming into the IBL?
I mean, I kind of did come out of nowhere. I played, so I grew up in the States, played travel and high school ball there. But my mom's side of the family's Quebecois. So I ended up going to school in Montreal. I went to McGill, good baseball program there. And that's kind of where I, got a lot better as a pitcher, started throwing a lot harder, started getting better command. I played in, college summer leagues out in Quebec for a few seasons, and then played with some guys over there. They're like, "Hey, you're moving to Toronto. Like, there's a great league, the Intercounty." And I'd heard about it before. I had some good buddies with me that played in McGill. They played here too, or not for Toronto, but London or Kitchener or different teams. They're like, "Hey, there's a team right downtown Toronto. Like, you should, reach out to their coach." So I reached out to Topley in the winter of like before the 2022 season. I'm like, "Hey, here's some video of me." Well, he asked the same question you did. Where'd you come from? Like, where'd you play? I was like, well, I haven't really played anywhere super high, high level, but would love to come and throw a bullpen for you and see, see what you think. And just looking for a spot to pitch this summer, and couldn't be happier with where I ended up. Like, the Leafs are an incredible team, surrounded by an awesome team. So um, like I said, got bit by it last summer. I was like, I need to get better and kind of prove myself even more this year. So it's been a fun ride.
This time he has some pop and he crushes it. Left field and it's gone! Jordan Castaldo, a 3-run home run, and the Maple Leafs lead 4-0.
And not only does that extend the lead to 4-0, that extends the on-base streak to 23 games for Jordan Castaldo.
A little bit volatile in the innings that he's pitched this year. This one's crushed by Jordan Castaldo. See you later. That was a frozen rope over the wall.
Felt great. I feel like my swing the last few weeks been in a good spot. Last couple of games maybe a little bit of a struggle, but just kind of felt good to get back on track today.
Does it feel like this Maple Leafs team might be getting hot at the right time? We know that that's kind of the important thing for you guys in the playoffs. I mean, you've done it over the last 2 years. Are you starting to get that kind of feeling about this team again?
Yeah, I think we're just getting to a point now where it's we're just ready for the playoffs, right? It's a long season, long grueling season here, so I think everybody's just itching for the playoffs to start. But definitely saw a more complete game today, and something we'll need to see in the playoffs if we want to go deep.
That should be coming out at some time this week. Getting his thoughts as this one's hammered deep to right field, and it's way out of here. John Salazzo, the Orange Blossom Special, hits a 3-run homer, and it's 6-2.
That ball landed on the infield of the diamond behind the right field wall.
Wow, that's one of the longest home runs we've seen by anyone at Dominico Field. John Salazzo got every stitch of that baseball, and he hit it deep onto the Little League diamond. There's a game going off over there. That ball was a hazard. I see you hit home runs, and a lot of the time I think it's the furthest home run that I've ever seen hit. This one today really felt like it was. Where does that rank? How did that feel coming off the bat?
It honestly felt like nothing. Got barrel on it. He kept it hanging splitter over the plate, and I just kind of sat there and admired it a little bit, and it just felt nice. It definitely felt nice, but probably top 10 farthest home runs I've ever hit.
That's where it landed.
Yeah, you see that kid playing shortstop there? It was beyond him.
Beyond, almost realistically, between the pitcher and the first baseman is where it almost landed.
Never won in my pro career, so I never actually got to that actual championship, and to be able to do it with this group of guys and my brothers, it would actually mean a lot more to me than winning any MVP or any championship.
This IBL career so far. This one is crushed. Oh my goodness. Justin Mara got Saharath again.
Other than Hamilton, the last time I started a game was actually in 2012 when I was in high school. But I knew I could do this, so that's why I kept telling people I can pitch.
Jesse Hodges has taken today.
You know, I'm still doing it because I enjoy it, and you know what? At the end of the day, I have absolutely no regrets how things turned out.
To be able to do it with this group of guys and my brothers, it would actually mean a lot more to me than winning any IBL championship.
I mean, to have Toronto across your chest playing each game and, you know, to win it for, you know, basically your hometown, I mean, it would be special.
And it's way out of here. John Salazzo. Justin Mara hits one in the air. This one's deep to left field, and it's gone. And it is gone. 3-run home run for Jose Benicio. Choo-choo.
Yeah.
Swing and a miss. Strike 3.
We're going to score runs, and this is the Leafs team that I recognize.
Welcome to the Toronto Maple Leafs, Jesse Hodges.
I'm just going to get on the mound and bring it. I throw hard and got a decent curveball, so let's see what happens.
Don't run on Jesse Hodges. And it's gone. Ryan Dos Santos, a 2-run homer.
Show that little skinny pop is what I'm going to call it, and now it goes sometimes.
Pitch from Dennis Alvarado, swing and a miss, strike 3.
I mean, I kind of did come out of nowhere.
You know, we're always going to be able to hit. You know, Castaldo's, Maras, Salazzo's, Benicio setting the tone at the top of the lineup, man. Like, probably the best lineup in the league. Great defense behind us. It's a fun time to be a Maple Leaf. It's a good team.
And he lines one towards center field. Jesse Hodges coming over. He dives and he makes the catch. And they're going to double him off. The play at second base. Jesse Hodges with a diving catch in the outfield continues to dazzle with the defense and gets Dan Procopio out of it jammed.
So shout
Runner
out
goes. Jesse Hodges just stole second
Look
base.
at that speed. Wow.
He got a great jump.
Off-speed pitch, especially against lefties.
Here's a little chopper, and it's going to fall in the outfield. Throw coming home from Jesse Hodges. On the money, he got him! Don't run on Jesse Hodges! He guns the runner at home plate for the second out.
First off, a phenomenal route by number 19.
All right, welcome to Game 2 here at Dominico Field, or of the day, I should say. Game 3 of the series, and we're all tied up at 1. The Guelph Royals winning the 4 innings they played against the Maple Leafs after completing the game that started on Thursday night. Now, Dan Procopio on the mound for Game 3 for the Maple Leafs. And the game will be starting in the top of the first inning, like normal. Dan Procopio has been fantastic, especially in the second half of the season for the Maple Leafs, earning his way into the playoff starting pitching roster. As there's a swing and a miss by Ethan Hammond, who's leading things off in this one for the Royals.
Yeah, Procopio's been terrific. I mean, he ended his year throwing 5 shutout innings, winning IBL Pitcher of the Week. But he's, like you said, been a totally different arm the second half of the season. He's dealt with some forearm issues, but he's worked around that, and he's been very, very good heading into the playoffs.
So that one's upstairs. It's 2-2. Just missed outside, full count. Justin Mara was ready to throw the baseball down to third. Dan Procopio is a hard-throwing righty. He'll get his velocity up into the low 90s, which is a lot of velocity here in the Intercounty Baseball League. Full count pitch. Inside ball 4, so Ethan Hammond will head down to first base with a leadoff walk.
And he's had his issues with that. We've touched on it in his previous starts here at Christie Pitts. Walking guys has been a bit of a theme throughout the Leafs pitching staff, and you know, he's been one of the guys who's been able to work around those walks quite a little bit. The ex-Angels draft pick, we've touched on that before too, and like you said, a hard thrower. But he's coming into the start with all sorts of confidence. It's been terrific in the second half of the season.
Pickoff throw to first base, and diving back in is Ethan Hammond.
And like I was talking about in the first game of the day here, we've seen that a lot from Guelph, squaring around to bunt, getting bunts down. The Leafs have attempted it a little bit too, though to much lesser extent. But the Guelph Royals are a speedy team. They bunt a lot, put the ball in play a lot, and I would not be shocked at all if this game later on we see 2, 3, 4 bunt attempts by this Guelph Royals team, because that's what they've done in the playoffs so far, and that's what they've done a lot this season.
Malik Collymore is officially 1 for 6 in the playoffs so far. He's behind 0-2 here against Procopio. And he delivers a fastball upstairs. It's 1-2. Josh Garton is hitting third in the lineup, then Justin Interasano in the cleanup spot. Claudio Custodio, after being on the mound just 30 minutes ago, is at second base. As there's a swing and a miss, strike 3. First strikeout of the afternoon for Dan Procopio.
And that's the electric stuff that we will see out of him, and we have been seeing all year. When he needs a strikeout, he can rear one back and blow it by you. That's nothing new to him, and it's nothing new in his baseball career. It's why he got drafted by the Angels, because he was such a sought-after talent coming out of university, or coming out of college, I should say, in the United States. And he's been very, very good everywhere he's gone.
Here's Josh Garton, and he takes a strike at the knees. Josh Garton 3 for 10 in the playoffs with a home run and 3 RBIs. Here's the 0-1 from Procopio, and it's ripped foul into the Maple Leafs bullpen. The Maple Leafs over the last 2 games have really kept the amount of pitchers that they've needed to a minimum, and this is something that I'm not sure that they thought that they would be seeing after playing the second half of a doubleheader and the second game in the last 2 days. But the Maple Leafs bullpen is pretty well rested right now. There's the only guys who have had significant work are Merrick Deska, Sam Green, and Wilhelmus Alvarado. Garton pops one up. This one's in center field. Greg Carrington coming over, gives way to Jesse Hodges, who makes the catch in left. Yeah, it's Ryan Dos Santos actually out there in center field. Greg Carrington in his normal position in right, which makes a little bit more sense. We haven't seen Greg Carrington play much center field at all.
No, we were
this season.
wondering about that pregame, and it's one of those things you accidentally write it down on the lineup card. It doesn't really matter anyways. They're both outfielders, and they can switch on their own if they really, really wanted to.
That ball was in the dirt, and it actually was blocked off the shin guard of the home plate umpire. That's a little bit of a break there for the Maple Leafs as Justin Interesano is at the plate, and that kept the runner Ethan Hammond out of scoring position. Interesano pops one towards center field. Ryan Dos Santos coming in. He makes the catch. Good start for Dan Procopio and the Toronto Maple Leafs. A clean slate here in this one on a Sunday afternoon. The bats for the Maple Leafs are coming up in the bottom of the first. So the lineup for the Maple Leafs looks quite similar to what we saw last game. The only change is Greg Carrington coming in for Connor Lewis. Jose Vinicio is at shortstop. And Justin Mara behind him batting second. Jordan Castaldo's in the three-hole. Garrett Takamatsu, last night's home run hero, is batting fourth. John Salazzo is playing third base. Then Jesse Hodges in left field. Dan Mara at second base. Ryan Dos Santos is in center, and Greg Carrington is in right. Dan Procopio had an excellent start to his outing. You see the ERA of 4.92. It was up in the sevens in the first half of the season, and Procopio, every outing he was on the mound, he just kept bringing that ERA further and further down and put together a great second half. On the other side for the Guelph Royals, Kyle Thomas is on the mound, and this wasn't a guy we were expecting to see start because his numbers against the Maple Leafs this year have not been great. He's only pitched against the Leafs once. He went 4 2/3 on an outing where he gave up 8 earned runs on 11 hits. It was again a game on June 11th, so a lot of time has passed since then, but the one time the Maple Leafs saw Kyle Thomas, they got a lot of hits. Vinicio leads things off and fouls the first pitch off down the left field line.
Yeah, and I'll say for me it was a surprise seeing Kyle Thomas start. I thought all through the day that it would have been Yomar Concepcion who would be starting, because he got starts earlier on in the season before Custodio came on the team.
Ground ball to shortstop. Kyle Kush has it. Throws to first. Josh Garton, who's playing over that there at first base, makes the catch, and there's one away.
And also, like you said, Kyle Thomas's history with the Toronto Maple Leafs. I know it's the playoffs and things change, and you know it's a fresh reset for a lot of these guys. But looking at his numbers against Toronto, I mean, you were talking about Concepcion's a little bit at the end of last game and before this one too.
They're better. Yeah.
They are better, and it's not marginal. It's pretty significant.
Yeah.
The difference in numbers. So we'll see how it plays out.
Again, Concepcion only having a couple outings against the Maple Leafs. They were both in shorter stints. This Kyle Thomas just having the one outing against the Maple Leafs.
This makes me think that they might be holding Concepcion for Game 4 back in Guelph.
Justin Mara hits one towards center field, back at the wall, and oh, what a diving catch made in center field by Ashton Patterson.
That was a heck of a run by Patterson. He went a long way and just laid out head first, going towards that fence. If that got down, that was an easy, at least a double for Mara.
Wow.
That was a terrific play by Ashton Patterson, and that's why he's in center field. We've talked about the speed on this Guelph Royals team. He showed it off there. He was tracking back towards that gate in center field to the left of where the flags are. Full sprint and just laying headlong, diving it out, and just a great play. Saving Kyle Thomas, a leadoff runner in scoring position right there in the first.
Looked like a clear double off the bat of Justin Mara. Now it's Castaldo who fouls it off, and boy, he had a good cut at that first pitch fastball from Kyle Thomas.
And on top of that, it was slicing away from him. That wasn't a fly ball right to him going dead center. That was cutting to his right, our left. That's a heck of a play by Patterson.
1-0 outside, 1-1.
You got speed in the outfield for both these teams. We've seen the Maple Leafs make some great catches like that with Dos Santos in center, Carrington out there at times, and J.J. Dutton when he was on the team earlier on this season. So it's nothing new to us for the Leafs, but that's a heck of a play by Patterson.
This one's hit pretty well to center field. Ashton Patterson going back again, and he makes another catch out in center field. This one a little easier. Boy, there were some hard hit balls in that first inning. Some excellent defense out in center field by Ashton Patterson, and we're tied 0-0. Wow, look who's back this time in the batter's box. Claudio Custodio playing second base after pitching what will be technically called a complete game 7-hit shutout against the Maple Leafs between the game on Thursday and this afternoon. Is at the dish, trying to Shohei Ohtani his way to a series lead. Takes a wild swing and a miss, and now it's 0-2.
And we were talking about no breaks for Jesse Hodges. Claudio Custodio gets no breaks for the Guelph Royals.
0-2. This one's popped up. The funny thing, this one actually might be playable. No, it's just out of play. The wind was kind of helping that ball back into play. The funny thing about the difference between Jesse Hodges and Claudio Custodio is that they're quite similar in that Jesse Hodges is just starting his pitching career right now. But Claudio Custodio was a hitter professionally for 5 years before deciding to become a professional pitcher as well. Jesse Hodges is kind of on that same track. He's just doing it later.
Yeah.
0-2. Fouled off. Now, Claudio Custodio found out in 2015 that he was actually a better pitcher than he was a hitter because he stopped being a hitter.
Yeah, he made that transition. And he made it all the way to AAA Norfolk,
yeah.
the Baltimore Orioles, but
yeah,
he made the right decision.
Yeah. 0-2. This one's popped up, and it's going to be out of play, foul to the left. Now, Jesse Hodges doesn't have that. I mean, Hodges in his career was obviously a better hitter because we didn't see him pitch. But his value to the Maple Leafs this year has almost been more on the mound and then his defense, if you can add those two things together.
It's been tremendous having him here. The fact that he's been able to play multiple positions and pitch and hit and really begin his IBL pitching career, and I would argue his overall pitching career here with the Toronto Maple Leafs. It's been fun to watch.
0-2. Fouled off. Now, Jesse Hodges pitched last night, and he pitched a beauty of a game, 5 1/3, and just gave up the 3 earned runs. And his arm right now is sore.
So I'd imagine so.
Yeah. But he said he does have a couple throws from the outfield in him, and he hasn't uncorked any yet. So
No.
On the ground, Salazzo, nice pick there at third. Throw to first, right on the money.
And we've seen Hodges gun guys out from left field. That's nothing new to us either. Just, last week he threw somebody out at the plate. I believe that was in the final game of the regular season when they were playing the Guelph Royals, I think. He just pieced one from left field on a bounce. And there you can see him out there, ready to do it again.
Yeah, he went about 20 feet to his left before throwing that ball home, too. He's almost like an infielder in the outfield. Deep in the hole, throw to the plate from hundreds of feet away.
Well, could you tell that he used to play third base out there? I mean,
yeah, you were just playing back.
He was just, yeah. He rounded it, he got behind it, and he just uncorked one on a hop.
One out of Kyle Kush is right down the middle. 1-1. On the ground, Dan Mara diving, and he can't quite make the play, just out of his reach. And that'll be a single into right field. Kyle Kush has his second hit of the playoffs.
And you want to talk about an ex-catcher who plays multiple positions in Hodges. Chris Robinson caught last game, and now he's in left field for this one. It's the utility of having guys who can play multiple positions.
There goes Kush, swing and a miss. Throw down to second base, he got him! Oh, what a throw from Justin Mara behind the plate.
And when Mara's on with his throws, like we've seen, he's a dangerous guy to have behind the plate and try and run on. Now, yesterday we saw there were a couple throws that weren't made, that weren't great, but today he's looked really, really good back there.
0-1, swung on a missed 0-2. All of a sudden, Dan Procopio is a pitch away from getting out of this inning. The crazy thing about that play at second base was that I thought he had a good jump, and it wasn't close.
Yeah, it's the power of having a really good arm.
0-2 is popped up. Dan Mara is going to go back, but he's going to give way to Greg Carrington, who makes the catch. Oh, what a tidy inning there from Dan Procopio. He's through 2. The Maple Leafs had some hard hit balls in the first. Their bats are coming up in the second. Well, there's Kyle Thomas. He has a big job in this game in what is kind of a turning point in the series for both the Guelph Royals and Maple Leafs. The series tied at 1. Kyle Thomas last pitched on August 22nd against the London Majors. Had 3 very good innings, just allowed 1 run. It wasn't earned. Gave up 4 hits and struck out 4. He hasn't had a lot of really big outings where he got blown up. He had 3 against Wellandbury and Toronto, all in a row. But that outing against the Toronto Maple Leafs where he gave up the 8 earned runs, that was one of very few blemishes that he had on his record, which kind of elevated the ERA for him on the season at 7.44.
He also hasn't pitched deep into games. His longest outing this year has been 5 innings and a start against the Hamilton Cardinals, in which the Royals lost.
Pitch in the dirt.
And he's only done 5 innings once. Outside of that, his second highest or longest outing was 4 2/3 against Toronto in that outing on June 11th. But beyond that, he has not pitched deep into ball games.
1-2. Inside, 2-2. But one thing that I've learned over the last couple of years in the Inter-County Baseball League, especially with these deep playoff runs for the Maple Leafs, you can go ahead and throw all those numbers out the window from the regular season. It's a different beast in the playoffs, and the mindset of the hitters and pitchers is a little different as well, because this one's fouled off. Even though it shouldn't be, you can't help but kind of maybe put a little bit more emphasis on each at-bat, and if you're a pitcher, on each pitch you're throwing as well.
Well, I mean, we saw Custodio throw 70-some-odd pitches on Thursday and then come back earlier today and throw the same amount again.
70-some-odd pitches, yeah.
Rubber arms.
Swing and a miss, goes to the backstop. Garrett Takamatsu hustling down to first. Here's the throw, just in time. Oh, it was close at first base. Ryan Burnside, who's the acting first base coach, tried to help him out with the safe call, but he was certainly out at first. Garrett Takamatsu hadn't realized that the ball had gone to the backstop initially, but that was a composed throw from behind the plate.
It was, and it only beat him by a step, but that's all you need when you have a good solid throw like that. Noel Roberts didn't panic, and he fired it right on the money to first base.
Noah Roberts played in 24 games for the Guelph Royals in the regular season. Here's the 1-0 to John Salazzo, and he fouls it off.
And we were discussing in between games about whether, because of all the games in such a short period of time, do you maybe go to Burnside behind the plate to give Mara some time off catching, letting him DH and all that. And Guelph did take that route, which was giving Chris Robinson a break from squatting behind the plate to go playing left field.
1-1. Just low, 2-1.
And I would not at all be shocked if Ryan Burnside entered this game at some point.
Yeah. No statistical evidence on this, but this seems like a good matchup for John Salazzo as he takes inside 3-1. Now he's in a hitter's count.
Sometimes you just think that someone's due. Salazzo is due.
He's been facing some really tough pitching his last 2 games. Here's the 3-1. And he lines one into the outfield for a base hit. John Salazzo hit a frozen rope and nearly found the gap in the outfield there. And yeah, things seem to check all the boxes there for John Salazzo.
Absolutely. What we were just talking about is he's due, and that was just a hard rope liner in a right center field. And you know, all it takes is one good swing, one good hit to get you going, and that's what happened for him. And hopefully it continues on, because the Maple Leafs need some offense, and they need some badly here entering Game 3.
So 1 out, Salazzo on first. Hodges fouls it off. He had a pretty good rip at that fastball. Outside, 1-1. The 1-1 to Hodges. This one's hit pretty well towards left field, and it falls for a base hit. Back-to-back hits for the Maple Leafs brings Dan Mara to the plate with a couple ducks on the pond.
And that's what happened when you just put a good swing on the ball, right? You don't have to crush it every single time, but you put a good swing on it, and balls will find the grass, you know? Like, it's... The Leafs have been trying to work out of it. They've hit into a lot of double plays. They've struck out a bunch, and all it takes is one really good spark plug inning to get you going here, and they've hit some hard balls off of Kyle Thomas here in the first and now in the second with 2 on. The swings are looking up for the Maple Leafs thus far.
First pitch strike to Dan Mara. Instantly Noah Roberts out to the mound. Maybe there was a cross up there on the signs. This is the first time that the Leafs have had a runner at second base. Although I'm not sure how many teams in the IBL really vary the signs too much. Here's the 0-1, and it's hit on the ground towards third base, just foul by about a foot. Dan Mara nearly drove in that run from second base. You think the last thing the Maple Leafs would want to do right now is wait around for the offense to come around after getting shut out last game?
Oh, 100%. You got some runs, well, 4 out of the 5 runs you scored yesterday were in the 7th inning and onwards, and then you didn't score a run in Game 1 / Game 1 Part 2 earlier today.
Yeah.
But yeah, the sooner they get clicking, the better.
0-2. Popped up on the infield. Can Roberts find it? No, but it's also out of play. Behind the backstop. Dan Mara has another life.
And I'd argue that if there's anyone who's going to kickstart an offense, it's Dan Marr. We've seen him hit so much throughout the regular season to every part of the field. You need a hard line drive hit. Dan Marr is your guy.
Here's the 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Nasty pitch there from Kyle Thomas. So Kyle Thomas has some professional experience as well, a 30th round draft pick in 2017 by the Detroit Tigers. Got as high as AA in Winnipeg. Actually low A, I should say, in Connecticut. But came out of the Trois-Rivières in the Frontier League. Might have crossed paths with Garrett Takamatsu out there. Ryan Dos Santos is at the plate and he fouls it off, so the count's 1-1. Dos Santos is 1 for 4 in the playoffs. One. Ripped foul to the left once again. Two on. Dos Santos trying to drive him in. The 1-2 from Kyle Thomas, and it's outside, a breaking ball that just missed. Greg Carrington is on deck.
And man, I've talked about it so much, but just a 2-out, even just a single here, a 2-out RBI single, something to kickstart the offense. So many times runners on and you can't advance them. This would be a big spot for it.
2-2. Fouled off once again. Ryan Dos Santos is trying to straighten it out. He's made some good contact. From 0-2 to 2-2, Dos Santos in a battle. And he takes inside corner, strike 3 called. That is a big strikeout for Kyle Thomas as the Maple Leafs leave both John Salazzo and Jesse Hodges stranded on base. To the third we go here at Dominico Field. Still 0-0 here in the top of the third. Dan Procopio has looked quite sharp for the Maple Leafs so far. Kyle Thomas on the other end has given up some contact and a couple base runners, but boy, did he ever battle to get out of that situation last inning.
Yeah, Thomas has given up a couple hard hit balls that we saw in the first inning, but he's settled down a little bit, given up some hits, but that's what happens when you have a good defense behind you, especially on the infield.
1-1. Outside. Noah Roberts is the batter, getting his first at-bat in the playoffs. Two-one. Up and in. Noah Roberts coming out of Arizona Western College. Still one of the youngsters on this Guelph Royal team, just 21 years old. Three-one. Swinging a ground ball. Castaldo trying to pick it at first base, and it bounces off his glove into the outfield. It was going to be a tough play at first base anyway, as that ball was not hit all that sharply. And there's a runner on first base with nobody out for the Royals.
And it's another leadoff man on, right? We've seen it a lot from both teams, but like, what was that play? It was a play that was not made. Again, it's been a common theme throughout this playoffs.
We'll see if it ends up haunting the Maple Leafs. Here's a bunt down to third base. John Salazzo throws on the run, and he got him. Boy, John Salazzo had to make a sharp play there. That was a really good bunt. Laid down by Ashton Patterson, who is becoming a storyline in this game early on. He gets the runner over to second base. That's Noah Roberts. And there's a runner in scoring position with one out. And here comes the top of the order, Ethan Hammond and then Malik Collymore.
And these are the guys you want to have up. What did I say before the game? Guelph bunts. They will continue to bunt. They will continue to take advantage of the speed that they have on the bases and the bunting ability too.
Ball hit pretty well to center field. It tracks Ryan Dos Santos back about 10 steps. He makes the catch, and he throws to third on a line to John Salazzo. Runner held at second base. Malik Collymore comes to the plate. Can Dan Procopio strand the runner at second base?
And it's worth noting too, we were talking about it in the second half of game one today, a few hours ago now. But with J.D. Williams out of the lineup and Connor Morrow out of the lineup, whatever injuries they have kept them out of starting game 3 here in the series as well. So not insignificant injury news for the Guelph Royals. Those are two top guys. They're 1-2 hitters.
Swing and a miss. Strike one. This is the batter that Dan Procopio needs to get out here in the top of the third inning. It's a righty v righty matchup with Malik Collymore. The lefty Josh Garton is on deck. 0-1. And it's skied in the air. Jesse Hodges coming in. He's under it, and he makes the catch for the third out. Nice job done there by Dan Procopio. He's through 3 scoreless innings here at Dominico Field. So Greg Carrington is going to lead things off for the Maple Leafs. Just a quick look at what's happening around the Intercounty Baseball League. The London Majors look like they're about to beat the Kitchener Panthers 8-1. So that's the game that was rained out, just like the Maple Leafs. They're resuming their game and then playing another one. So London's going to end up winning game 1 and tying the series 1-1, and then they'll play another game right after that. So we'll keep you up to date on what's going on there. This one's hit to center field by Greg Carrington. Back is Ashton Patterson, and he makes the catch, and Greg Carrington just missed one to center field.
And that's already the third deep fly ball we've seen the Leafs hit to Ashton Patterson in center field, which just tells me they're squaring up a Kyle Thomas pitch, and they're getting good wood on it. That's what happens when you rifle it right back up the middle. They're just getting under it. But it also tells me that Kyle Thomas is extremely hittable compared to the previous two arms that we saw in Custodio and Jan.
So Jose Vinicio with one out and nobody on. And he takes a strike. The reason that we keep a close eye there on the London Majors and Kitchener Panthers is that could affect who the Maple Leafs end up playing in the first round, because that one's in there, or the second round, I should say, because that would change the seeding. Right now, if there were no upsets, the Maple Leafs would end up playing the Welland Jackfish, who have already swept the Brantford Red Sox. But if there were a lower seed, they'd play someone else. Jose Vinicio rips one on a line into the outfield and down and up against the wall. Vinicio speeding towards second base. Here's the throw, and it's not in time. Ooh, Jose Vinicio turned on the afterburners and made it into second base. But that play at second had no business even being close. That was a heck of a throw from Ethan Hammond.
It was a terrific throw, and it was a terrific play off the wall. Vinicio laced that one, just one hop the fence out in right field, and just a terrific throw. That's all it was. Vinicio was going to all the way.
Jose Vinicio is 6 for 10 in the playoffs. And that's about how he was rolling to end off the season this year.
And that's how you want your leadoff man to be. You
on
want
base.
him on base all the time, and he's been on base all the time.
There was one game, actually there was a couple games, but there was one game that stands out in my mind where Jose Vinicio very much intentionally was not the leadoff guy. And it's when the bats for the Maple Leafs in the middle of the season, they went on a 4-game losing streak. And they decided to shake things up, so they dropped Jose Vinicio down to the 9 spot, and they put Jordan Castaldo in the leadoff spot. As here's the 0-1 from Kyle Thomas, and it's in there for a strike 0-2. Justin Mara didn't like it. And both those batters do the same thing, but they do it a different way. Jose Vinicio doesn't take a ton of pitches. He's a free swinger, but he gets on base at about a 400 clip. Well, Jordan Castaldo does the exact same thing, except he walks and he grinds out at-bats.
It's not how you get on base, it's just that you get on base. As a leadoff guy, that's all you care about.
Yeah.
A walk, a hit,
and the
makes no difference.
Yeah, the tiebreaker is how fast you are once you get on first base. So there's a swing and a miss. Hustling down to first is Justin Marr, and the throw's offline, and he's safe. Justin Mara strikes out, but he's safe on first, and it's first and third with one out for the Maple Leafs, and here comes Jordan Castaldo.
And that's the second time this game we've seen that happen. The first time, Noah Roberts was able to corral it, find it, and gun it down to first. Even if that was a perfect throw by Roberts, Mara, unlike Takamatsu, read it right away, and he was gunning it down there. Now he's probably also a little bit faster than Takamatsu too, but nonetheless, it wasn't as clean for Noah Roberts, and that's a lucky break for the Maple Leafs. If there's ever anything that the other team can do to help you start your offense, that might be it.
Castaldo takes low and in. Jordan Castaldo can be dangerous, especially when he's ahead in the count. And by the way, Justin Mara at first base has some speed. He stole the first base of this series for the Maple Leafs back on Thursday in Game 1. 1-0 to Jordan Castaldo. He's got a runner on third base, and Vinicio is being a hassle over there at third.
with the way the Royals are playing, holding on Mara as you have to do it first, there's a lot of open space out there on the right side in between Custodio at second and the first baseman holding him on, and then up the middle there's a big gap. So all Castaldo has to do is yank one, and it likely produces a run.
2-0 in the dirt. It gets to the backstop. Jose Vinicio racing towards home plate, and he scores, and it's 1-0 Toronto. Justin Mara moves up to second base on the play, and the runner still in scoring position for Castaldo.
Or you just do that. You let the other team give it to you right there. You don't have to do too much in a sense like that, where that's now the third ball that we've seen go to the backstop past Noah Roberts, and when you get guys on, you got to take advantage of that, and Vinicio is more than fast enough to get home.
Castaldo takes up and away, ball 4. It was close from Kyle Thomas. Jordan Castaldo works the walk, and here's Garrett Takamatsu. There was a time in the middle of the season where it seemed impossible just to get Garrett Takamatsu out in any way. Strikeout, ground out, anything. He was hitting line drives the other way all the time. He's cooled off a little bit at the plate in the later half of the season, but the home run last night certainly helps us. Here's another one. Hammered deep left field, and it's caught just in front of the warning track. Garrett Takamatsu just didn't get under it enough as he lines out to left field.
And it's just another hard hit ball by the Leafs that catches a glove of a Guelph Royals outfielder. We've seen that a lot, mostly to center and left field so far. They are getting a hold of these Kyle Thomas pitches, and they are hammering them.
John Salazzo steps in. 2 on. Salazzo lined a base hit into right field in his last at bat, and he takes outside. This is the kind of situation where John Salazzo does some damage. The lineup starts getting hot, and then John Salazzo, the RBI guy, steps up to the plate. 1-0 is fouled straight back. And if you want any evidence of that, John Salazzo was 1 RBI short from the IBL record that Sean Riley holds with 49 RBIs. He had 48, and the Leafs didn't play their last game.
You wonder what if, right? It's a big what if.
Both Kitchener and Toronto would have been, as this one's in there for a strike 2. Both Kitchener and Toronto in that game would have been saving their arms, let's say, because the game had no meaning. It would have been one day before the playoffs started.
I mean, if you prorate his RBI total over the span of 42 games.
Yeah, he would have got one.
He would have got one.
Here's the 1-2 to Salazzo. And it's low.
Larry, that's a good trivia question to have one day.
What?
Prorated, who is the most RBIs in IBL history in any one given season? Although Sean Riley would probably read that and scoff and laugh.
Yeah, realize that there was a couple games he didn't play in that season too.
Yes.
2-2 upstairs.
Sean Riley, the ex-Maple Leaf, Guelph Royal.
Yeah, signed by the Guelph Royals this year, but didn't end up playing. Would have been a huge bat in their lineup.
I'd argue easily their most powerful bat. Had he come back, and even at his age, and coming back and playing in the IBL.
He's a beast.
Hit a lot of home runs.
3-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Kyle Thomas limits the damage, but the Maple Leafs get a run. They lead 1-0. Jose Vinicio with a mad dash for home on a wild pitch. Josh Garton's going to lead things off for the Guelph Royals. Dan Procopio had some extended time off in the dugout after the Maple Leafs strung together a couple hits in the bottom of the third. Dan Procopio has thrown 29 strikes and 9 balls so far this outing. He has been hammering the strike zone. Garton hits one towards center field. This one's pretty deep. Back goes Ryan Dos Santos, and he runs out of room, and it's gone. Josh Garton ties the game with a home run to dead center field.
And that's the second time this series that we've seen him just hit a missile off the bat, or off the pitch, I should say, of a Leaf starter. First one off of Alvarado to right, second one off of Procopio here to center, and I was just thinking in my own mind, like, if there's ever a time for a shutdown inning, it's now. And unfortunately, that isn't the case.
That's why you can't sleep on the power numbers that Josh Garton has put up this year. In Guelph, that would have been 30 feet shy of the wall in center field.
Yeah, things change when you play at Christie Pitts. That's all I can say to that. The outfield fences are way more attainable here.
0-1 is a strike. And the Maple Leafs, well, they like home field advantage because they have a lot of power hitters whose power numbers get exemplified in the smaller ballpark.
Yeah, they just got to show it off in the playoffs now. We've seen it in the regular season.
Josh Garton would be a perfect Toronto Maple Leaf Christie Pitt player.
What are you hinting at over there, Thomas? Someone get his number. Jot that down. Free agency isn't that far off.
Oh-2. Swing and a miss. Nasty breaking ball from Procopio. Interessano goes down swinging. Justin Interessano had a big home run last night for the Royals. Claudio Custodio at the plate.
Runs have been hard to come by all series this far.
Yeah.
It's been very well pitched.
Kyle Cush on deck, hoping Claudio Custodio can get on base. 1-0, a strike.
That was interesting by Custodio there with his front foot. He stepped way out as he took that fastball for a strike.
Wonder how much it helps when you're a pitcher in the batter's box if that you can get in the head of the guy on the mound a little bit better. 2-1 is popped up, straight up. Who has it? Looks like Dan Mara. He makes the catch, 2 away.
I will say, for Custodio, that entire at bat, as soon as I saw it on the first pitch, I was watching it ever since. I don't know if he naturally uses his front foot to step out to try and yank the ball when it's come in. I mean, we haven't seen him hit a lot this year anyways, but every pitch that at bat, his front left foot wasn't driving towards Procopio on the mound. It was coming out third base side as if he was trying to turn around on the ball.
Hard ground ball. Dan Mara knocks it down, throws to first in time. Nice play by Dan Mara over there at second base. 1 run scored in the inning for the Guelph Royals. It's another solo home run from Josh Garton. This one to dead center, and we're tied at 1. Now, fourth inning here at Dominico Field. Josh Garton tying things up on a solo home run, and Jesse Hodges fouls the first pitch off. Chris Robinson is out of the game defensively in right field. Owen Ellis is coming in for him. Owen Ellis has now found himself into all 3 games in this series. Here's the 0-1 to Hodges. And he hits it on the ground towards third. Stopped by Malik Collymore. He slips a little bit and throws to first, and Josh Garton couldn't hang on to the ball as Jesse Hodges went down hard at first base.
And there was a lot going on in that play. Firstly, Malik Collymore, a very nice backhanded stop at third base. He was about half a foot away from the foul line, and he paused for half a second and uncorked a hard throw. On the first base side, it was a little bit high, and Intersano couldn't hold on as he tried to swing tag Hodges, who then went down. But just getting to that ball, running it from going down the line for a double. A really, really nice play by Malik Collymore.
Yeah, Collymore's foot, his back foot gave out on him a little bit when he threw that ball. You could see it just kind of slipped on the dirt, and that cost him his accuracy on his throw. Down the line, foul ball. Dan Mara slams the butt of the bat into the ground because that's the second time that he just missed a double.
And we were talking about it on Thursday when the first half of the first game was going on, which was how dry the infield was.
Yeah.
And you were just talking about Collymore slipping there with his back foot at third base. I imagine it has something to do with how dry the infield has been.
Could be. 0-1, looking to bunt is Martin. He bunts right through it. It's 0-2.
And then what's overshadowed by everything that just went on to start the inning is that the Guelph Royals already dealing with the J.D. Williams injury, presumably a Connor Morrow injury.
Yeah.
Now Chris Robinson is out of the game. You are running out of guys. So if we get an update, we'll pass it along. But
0-2, chopped towards third. It's a foul ball. It must have hit Dan Mara.
Yeah, Mara was signaling that it bounced up and hit his left elbow. And the ump agreed.
Dan Mara looking for his first hit here in the playoffs. Another 0-2. And he drives one into the outfield, and it's going to fall for a base hit. Up to second base goes Jesse Hodges. There's 2 on with nobody out for the Maple Leafs.
And in the first game today, we were talking about in right field with Josh Garton being out there, how comfortable he would be playing in right field. And he wasn't obviously a starting right fielder. Owen Ellis isn't a starting right fielder either, and we just saw he knocked it down there, but he didn't look the most comfortable fielding that line drive as well. So the Guelph Royals.
Bunted by Dos Santos, foul. Yeah, I mean, to that point, starting outfielder or not, 2 games have been played in the last 2 days now. There's gotta be some fatigue. If there was ever a time when a lack of concentration would come in, this would be the time. On a doubleheader, they don't play doubleheaders in the Inter-County Baseball League.
And on top of that, Owen Ellis, who's called up from the junior squad there with Guelph, has now bounced around various positions. He hasn't just come in and filled in 1 game at second base. He's bounced around.
Dos Santos squares the bunt and pulls the bat back because the pitch was high, so it's 1-1.
And that's not the easiest thing to do for an everyday player, to go from second base or shortstop to second base to right field. We talk about utility. Owen Ellis provides that, but he really shouldn't have to. It's purely out of necessity at this point, with the Guelph Royals going down one after the other yesterday and today.
Squaring to bunt again, pulls it back, takes a strike. Dos Santos thought it was inside. Malik Collymore at third base is all over this bunt from Ryan Dos Santos.
And this is a situation where the Leafs very much need to advance these runners. I've said that feels like 10 times today, but you really got to get a team at bat here and move them over.
Dos Santos rips it foul, not bunting on 2 strikes. Greg Carrington's on deck, getting just his second at-bat of the playoffs. and he drove a ball pretty far out to center field in his first one. Ryan Dos Santos trying to keep the line moving. Here's the 1-2, and he fouls it back. High fastball that Dos Santos just barely got a piece of. Malik Collymore is still playing in on the grass at third base. I don't think there's any chance that Dos Santos is bunting here with the 2-strike count.
Yeah, it's interesting because we just saw 2 pitches ago Dos Santos rip one foul down the left field.
Yeah.
So, purely for injury's sake, with the way the Guelph Royals have been going, it's weird.
Inside, and with the hard-throwing Kyle Thomas, a pitch on the outer half is almost certainly going to get hit down the line.
Yeah, and it may come down to the fact that, and they would know this obviously more than we ever would, but if the plan is to pitch Dos Santos in, then the worst that happens is if you make those pitches a hard fastball and you get jammed, you break your bat, and it's a weak grounder to third base, which acts as same speed as a bunt.
In the dirt, the runners are going to advance. Ryan Dos Santos battling at the plate. Eventually, another ball gets through Roberts. And it's a full count. Noah Roberts has had to block a lot of balls today, but there is a pretty high percentage of them that are finding their way to the backstop. Full count here on Ryan Dos Santos. He has 2 runners in scoring position, which cues the Guelph infield to play in. They want to cut that run home at home plate if they can. Here's the 3-2 pitch. And it's popped foul out of play.
And with Robinson out of the game, and Roberts struggling behind the plate with blocking pitches, now 4 have gone to the backstop. The only other guy with catching experience on the Guelph Royals team, substantial catching experience I should say, is Brendan Keys, who did not play in this morning's conclusion and did not start this game either.
3-2. Strike 3 called on the outside corner. Out number 1. Kyle Thomas a step closer to getting out of this, but he's still got some work to do. And that pitch he just threw was number 65.
He's being worked. He's being worked. The Leafs have had some good at-bats. They always have runners on so far, it really seems like. Every inning you look up and they have a runner or 2 on. And he's just managed to work out of it. Now it's Carrington's turn to try and ignite something.
Carrington hits one towards center field. This could be deep enough. Jesse Hodges tagging. He's coming home. Here's the throw. It's cut off, and Jesse Hodges scores an RBI sac fly for Greg Carrington, and the Leafs retake the lead.
And I've talked about team at-bats, and Carrington has talked to me about team at-bats. That's exactly what you want to do there. You have runners in scoring position, a guy on third, less than 2 out. You put the ball in play, and you make the other team have to make a good play. That's how Guelph has scored runs this series. That's how other teams in the playoffs have done that. It's playoff baseball. You got to take advantage of it, and that's just a good piece of hitting right there. Wasn't the deepest fly ball in the world, wasn't a great throw, but when you hit it out there, you force him to make a great throw, and not everyone is going to hose people out like Jesse Hodges has. Ashton Patterson, great defender, doesn't have the strongest arm. So it's a very good piece of hitting. Now the Leafs have the lead. Very, very good.
Here's a good hitter in Jose Vinicio, and he hits one down the line foul. Jose Vinicio, in the limited playoff games that have been played, is hitting .600.
I'd argue, and I don't even know if I would have to argue with anyone, Leafs' best hitter so far this playoffs. Very, very small sample size, but he's getting on base at a really, really high clip.
Oh, 1. Fouled off at home plate, so it's 0-2, but Vinicio doesn't mind hitting in this situation. Noah Roberts took that foul ball right off the leg, so he's going to take a walk here. Yeah, and I mean, hopefully Noah Roberts is okay, but in the case of an unfortunate injury, Chris Robinson is out of this game.
Yeah, Brennan Keys is the next man up. Catching depth is hard to come by. quality catching depth is hard to come by. And we've seen Keys. He played with the Maple Leafs a little while ago, and we know him well. But
0-2. And now Vinicio fouls it off himself. And Noah Roberts says, I feel for you.
Now we're all equal.
And look at him going to take a little walk there. That's good sportsmanship right there.
It is. It's saying, I just felt that in my knee, and now you drilled one off your other knee.
I have a way we can help each other out.
Yeah. Mutually beneficial. Let's just take a 5-minute break. Bruises all around, and this game will continue.
The count's still 0-2. Vinicio trying to score the extra run from second base. It's 2-1 Maple Leafs. The 0-2 pitch from Kyle Thomas is hit towards left field. This one's dropping, and it will fall just inside the line. Dan Mara will score, and Vinicio is into second base with his second double of the afternoon. It's 3-1 Maple Leafs.
And just, again, a terrific piece of hitting. You battle, you rip one off your knee, and then you shoot one to left down the line.
Finally, some hitting with runners in scoring position
and with
for
two
the
out.
Maple Leafs. And with two
two out. It's been a problematic start to the playoffs in both those categories, but we've seen it in Game 3 here today. They're doing it a little bit. And once again, Vinicio is the spark plug. Seeing it all playoff long so far.
Back in the first inning, Justin Mara was absolutely robbed in center field by Ashton Patterson, who made one of the best catches we've seen all year in center field, diving backwards. But Justin Mara, despite being out, made some really good contact against Kyle Thomas. Now he's seeing him for a third time. First pitch was a strike, so here's the 0-1. It's inside. Mara 1 for 8 in the playoffs. He's got a locked-in Jordan Castaldo on deck. 1-1. Vinicio taking off for third base. Here's the throw. It's in plenty of time. And Vinicio is throwing out. But the Maple Leafs score a couple runs. They retake their lead, this time by a margin of 2. Some timely hitting by Jose Vinicio. Before that, Greg Carrington with a sacrifice fly. Awesome hits with runners in scoring position for the Toronto Maple Leafs, and it gives them a 3-1 lead here in the top of the 5th. And Dan Procopio, who's looked really strong, is back on the mound.
And another Guelph batter squaring around.
So strike 3 called there. Good start to the inning for Dan Procopio. Owen Ellis at the plate now, fouls the pitch off. Yeah, so we had said that Chris Robinson is out of the game. He's not out of the game, so we're trying to figure that out because he was just the batter at home plate, as there's a swing and a miss. Oh. Noah Roberts is out of the game behind the plate. Chris Robinson has become the new catcher defensively. So Owen Ellis did sub in the outfield. Strike 3 called. Dan Procopio, 2 away.
Well, this is what we call a good old case of miscommunication between what the original lineup was.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the original lineup, and it says that Noah Roberts started this game catching.
Yeah.
So we've talked about how injuries have affected this Guelph team a little bit, especially today. But if Chris Robinson came in from left to catch, Roberts is out of the game. Owen Ellis is in right. That means Hammond's in left. I'm trying to convince myself that this makes sense somehow.
Yeah, and Ashton Patterson's in the center. This isn't particularly critical at the moment.
No,
we'll get
it's
back
not.
to you when you figure this out.
The cogs are turning in my head, and there's not a whole lot being figured out right now.
The count's 2-1 on the number 9 hitter and center fielder Ashton Patterson,
who we know for a fact is in this game. Patterson is still in center field. The other outfielders we're not too sure about.
3-1, high chopper. Dan Mara fields it, whips to first. What an inning for Dan Procopio. He's through 5 innings. He's only allowed the 1 earned run, and he's struck out 4. Justin Mara leading things off for the Toronto Maple Leafs. He swings and misses at the first pitch from Kyle Thomas, who's still out there on the mound. Kyle Thomas has now thrown 75 pitches, and he's starting off the 5th inning. 1-0. On the ground, Claudio Custodio comes in, fields it, flips to first for the first out. So we got things sorted out in terms of the lineup. So it's Ethan Hammond out there in left field, Ashton Patterson's in center, Owen Ellis is in right. Chris Robinson moves in from the outfield to sub in for Noah Roberts at catcher, and then the infield is as it started with Malik Collymore at third, Kyle Cush at shortstop, Claudio Custodio at second, and Josh Gart at first base.
All that to say that Noah Roberts is no longer in the game.
Yeah, I know. Driven towards center field, and it's caught on the run by Ashton Patterson. Oh, Ashton Patterson, the defense, he's laid down a bunt to move up a runner. Boy, has he ever left his mark on this game today.
And it's another well-hit ball. Castaldo just rips it to right center field. And just running, and this time it's over his left shoulder that he goes up and makes the catch. One heck of a speedy center fielder out there for the Guelph Royals.
So Takamatsu takes a strike, and this is the exact type of inning that Kyle Thomas would like. Pitch count getting up there. There's a swing and a miss, strike 2. If he can get through a quick, maybe 10 pitch or less inning here, that's an ideal situation for Kyle Thomas.
Absolutely. I wouldn't listen to anything. Oh yeah, I remember I'm driving into baseball and he's like on the phone with people from the D1 schools and stuff.
6 pitches in the inning so far, and it's 1-2 on Takamatsu.
And if Thomas gets 1 out in the 6th inning, that'll be his longest IBL career start.
1-2. Inside.
And barring calamity striking, it appears that he will get that.
2-2 on Takamatsu. Strike 3 called. How about an 8-pitch, bottom of the 5th inning for Kyle Thomas? The Guelph Royals went down 2 an inning ago, and they're quickly back on the field with the bats. Dan Procopio has pitched 5 innings, allowed just 2 hits, 1 run, walked 1, and struck out 4. He has been great on the mound for the Maple Leafs thus far. He'll face Ethan Hammond to lead off the 6th. And each of these Guelph Royals batters getting their 3rd look at Procopio. 1-0, fouled off, out of play towards 3rd.
We were talking about Kyle Thomas's longest career start being 5 innings. Dan Procopio hasn't thrown more than 5 2/3.
That's
so he
right.
could.
Line drive, up the middle for a base hit. Ethan Hammond with a sharp hit single to lead off the inning. And other than the Josh Garton home run, that's the only other hard hit ball against Dan Procopio this afternoon.
Yeah, he's pitched very, very well. And if they look at this holistically and say, if we can get 6 good innings out of Dan Procopio, they'd take that. And at this point, you know, he's nobody's been warming up. So they'll ride him until they can't.
Well, one of the reasons that Dan Procopio has been so successful, since 3 innings ago, when we talked to you about, wow, he's only throwing 9 balls this start. Well, he's only throwing 15.
Yeah, he's been a strike thrower.
Swing and a miss, it's 1-1. Dan Procopio has thrown now 65 pitches, 50 of them strikes. 1-1. That might be the highest strike percentage that I've seen this far into a ball game by a starting pitcher.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have the stats on it.
The crazy thing is that he has a walk.
Yes, yeah. He threw 4 balls in an at-bat once.
It goes to the backstop and gets away from Justin Mara. So as we say that now, Dan Procopio has fallen behind 3-1. The run at the plate is the tying run, but the one that the Guelph Royals are keen on is the runner in scoring position with nobody out at second base.
And Procopio has, throughout the 2023 season, he's walked some guys. It has not been a pure domination of only throwing strikes. He's given up his fair share of walks. But like we said, the second half of the season has just been so different for all these Leafs arms.
3-1. Popped up, and it's out of play.
Right behind us, landing squarely on top of a bus stop.
I didn't think that was coming back that far.
No, that had some oomph behind it, too.
Yeah. I thought that might be playable for a moment.
Playable for us.
3-2. On the ground, Salazzo has it go off his chest, picks it up. He has no play. Hard hit ball, took a funny hop, and Salazzo, all he could do was get the body in front of it. So it's first and second with nobody out. And depending on how this plays out, it might not be the worst thing for Dan Procopio because the double play is in order or a force at any base. But with Josh Garton coming to the plate, the Maple Leafs probably thinking that less runners on base is better, and Garton has a couple RBI opportunities on the base path.
Yeah, and less is more with Garton. If you're a Leafs pitcher, at least. Not the fastest runner in the world, so like you were saying, yeah, if you get a ground ball right at someone here, you get a good chance at a double play ball, but...
In the case of a... Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, you got to remember, and I talked about it in the first game today, double play balls have not been the easiest thing to turn for these Leafs defenders.
In the case of a hard hit single, Ethan Hammond has quite good speed out there at second base. Stole 11 bases in the regular season.
Yeah, and with how deep Greg Carrington is playing in right and Dos Santos in center, Hodges is really the only guy who has a chance of throwing him out, I would say, on a base hit to him.
Garton fouls it off. It's 0-2. Now Dan Procopio might want to be selective on which of the next couple pitches he uses to try and retire Josh Garton.
Yeah, I would say don't throw him a strike here. Like, no, plain as that. Either a high fastball, try and blow it by him, or throw an off-speed pitch, a curveball low enough that it was never a strike, so he can't golf one out of here like he did with Alvarado. Right there you go. A hard breaking ball right in the dirt. Garton didn't swing at it. That's fine, though. It's a 1-2 count. You're still ahead. But if Garton did swing, and if he made contact with that, all he would do is beat it into the ground, probably to Castaldo at first base.
1-2. Low again, 2-2. Procopio kind of putting his hands on his knees there after delivering that pitch, as I think he was looking for a different location than downstairs on Josh Garton.
And it's not a bad spot to miss with Garton. You don't leave an off-speed pitch up, it's generally okay.
Garton hammers it, but foul towards first. Josh Garton is 4 for 12 in the playoffs. Two homers, 4 RBIs. 2-2. And it's a high chopper. Dan Mara fields it, turns, throws to second, and Vinicio has no play, but Dan Mara just made a heck of a play to get the run at second base, and there's one away. The runners are on first and third.
Yeah, and it wasn't hit right at someone, so you don't get the double play. In a case like that, it was a slow chopper, slow enough that I don't think you'd be able to get Garton anyways, even if Vinicio fired off a throw there. And that was a very, very hard slide in at second. It took the runner past the bag, and it took Vinicio toe tapping and getting out of the way. But good in the sense that you keep the double play open. And Interessano isn't the fastest guy in the world either. So similar to Garton, you get a grounder at someone, you got a chance here.
Yep. On the ground, and it gets through into the outfield. A run comes in to score, and the throw back to second, not in time. It's 3-2 now for the Maple Leafs as Guelph has cut into the lead.
And it's unfortunate because it was a good pitch and it was a very weakly hit ball that just found a hole. Dan Mara going to his left, Castaldo going to his right, and it just squeaked by both of them. Chalk that up as an RBI single, but not a very hard hit one. And that's all it takes. Right now it's a one-run game. It's a very close game. The Leafs have been smacking the ball all over the field. They've just been going in a Royals gloves. The Royals just, not to say playing small ball there because you're still hitting singles, but it has been a drastic difference in velocity off the bat.
Squaring to bunt on the first pitch. And bunting right through it for strike one.
And now you see some action down in the Maple Leafs bullpen. Nobody throwing, but some guys getting up. Sam Green's going down there to deliver the message. Dustin Richardson's been rolling around on the ground for a bit. Tymoch goes down there. Valdez has his glove. Elliott was throwing a couple pitches very, very lightly in about the second or third inning.
Claudio Custodio is at the plate and behind in the count, 0-2. Custodio is looking for his first hit, but getting his first start in a position that's not on the mound. 0-2, just outside.
And we've talked about with the Leafs saving arms, like right now it's Adam Mara and Chris Nagorski just playing catch down there. You got lock, stock, and barrel. You got a lot of guys.
Yep.
And you haven't had to use 5 or 6 of them.
1-2. It's hit pretty well into the outfield and down for a base hit. Jesse Hodges catches it. The throw is coming home, and the relay is dropped. And Garton scores to tie it up. That's an RBI single for Claudio Custodio.
And once again, I feel like I'm harping on it a lot, but good base hit, would have been a play at the plate, and there wasn't. That's just a fact. it's been a fact for the first 3 games, 2.5 games for this first round series with the Toronto Maple Leafs. They're not letting themselves have close plays. They're taking themselves out of the plays, drop balls, drop pop-ups, not getting force outs, not turning double plays. And this is what happens. The Guelph team is good enough that they will take advantage of it. They're fast enough. Forget their hitting ability or their perceived lack of power that we've already said isn't really a thing. You're not putting yourself in positions to succeed when you can't make or even give yourself an attempt at making close plays. If Benicio just makes the catch there and turns and fires, would have been a play at the plate. Now, that's not to say that it was a guaranteed out. It wasn't. But,
yeah,
it
would have. Yeah, there would have been a tag applied. That's for sure.
Absolutely.
I think it would have been pretty
and then,
safe, though.
And one thing leads to the other, and Procopio's throwing more pitches. And again, these are not errors. These are not terrible plays. They're just plays that are not made.
So here's Kyle Cush at the plate, and he swings and misses.
But once again, we saw there a base hit to left, a strong throw from Hodges getting back in the infield.
Yeah,
we talked about his arm.
Yeah, he's got such a cannon.
Yeah.
0-1.
And now all of a sudden we do have double barrel action down in the Leafs bullpen. Chris Nagorski and Adam Mara both throwing. Mara, who's pitched a ton this year, and Nagorski, who's just back from Louisiana.
Here's the 1-1. And it's in there for a strike 1 and 2. Yeah, Adam Mara might be for a bit later in the game, unless he was to come in right here. As here's a ground ball. That one's going to get through. Justin Intersano is the runner around third. He'll stop with the arm of Jesse Hodges. So the bases are loaded. And still just the 1 out.
And again, not a hard hit ball. A very well placed ball, but not hard hit. And that's been the difference. Sometimes less is more. The Leafs have been hitting balls hard, but they've been going right at the Guelph fielders. In the case in point this inning with Guelph, that RBI single in the right field in between Mar and Castaldo, that base hit right there. Neither hard hit balls, but they're finding the holes.
Owen Ellis at the plate. He takes inside. This is easily the most trouble. Or Chris Robinson, sorry, at the plate. This is easily the most trouble that Dan Procopio has got himself into thus far. Swing and a miss. And he's had a few balls that could have got him out of the inning, but just not hit in the right spot. So Dan Procopio is gonna have to battle here to get out of the 6th. And it's fouled off. He's ahead in the count 1 and 2. Every one of these games, with the exception of maybe the last inning in last game for the Maple Leafs and Guelph Royals, has been an absolute dogfight right to the finish. Here we are once again, the game tied 3-3. The 2-2 hit pretty well out towards left. Jesse Hodges makes the catch, and he's gonna throw home, but it's cut off by John Salazzo. As I guess the Maple Leafs, thinking they didn't have a play at the plate, and the Guelph Royals take the lead.
Yeah, that was interesting. I'm not 100% certain why the capitulation just happened there, but okay.
So it's 4-3 Guelph. Jesse Hodges didn't load up the cannon this time to try and get Intersano. But it would have been a long throw from the outfield. So Guelph has 3 in the top of the 6th inning. The pitch is inside. It's 1-1. The pitch count now at 80 for Procopio. This one's hit in the air. Center field and playable for Ryan Dos Santos. So the inning is over, but the Guelph Royals retake the lead emphatically. They get 3 in the 6th and lead 4-3 over the Maple Leafs. Now there's John Salazzo as he takes a cut and a miss at the first Kyle Thomas fastball. Kyle Thomas has had his first turn to take an extended break in the dugout, with the Guelph Royals putting up 3 with a little bit of small ball against the Maple Leafs in the 6th inning. And the Maple Leafs could overturn their home field advantage if this score holds for the Royals. Salazzo fouls it straight back. He had a big cut at that one.
And now with the lead and Cal Thomas still on the mound, Yomar Concepcion, who I thought would start this game, is now starting to throw in the Royals bullpen, which tells me that they're not super interested in saving him for game 4.
So that one's outside. Thomas misses, and it's 2-2. The Guelph Royals have done a fantastic job of managing the amount of arms that they've thrown thus far. Kyle Thomas is the 4th pitcher to throw in this series for the Royals, as that one's a check swing, no swing, says third base umpire. Full count here on Salazzo.
And I can't imagine that they would want to bring Hector Jan back on short rest for Tuesday, which means probably, in my estimation, Brandon Deans would get the start because he's gotten some starts.
Yeah.
Unless you can not use Concepcion today.
Strike 3 called. Caught the inside corner on John Salazzo.
I don't know what the numbers are for over the first 2.5 games between these teams for called strikeouts versus swing strikeouts, but it must be getting up there. It must be getting up there.
Hodge just pops it up. This one's playable. Collymore makes the catch. There's 2 away. the tides are really turning in favor of the Guelph Royals now. That is a quick first 2 outs for Kyle Thomas, who had an 8-pitch inning the last time he was on the mound.
Yeah, the quality of at-bats right now for the Leafs are not super high, is the nice way of putting it.
Strike called there on Dan Mara, and Kyle Thomas was walking a bit gingerly back to the mound after that pop-up. He didn't go over to field it, but he kind of looked over at Malik Collymore at third base and said, "I'm okay." And now another one fouled off, so Kyle Thomas is ahead 0-2 after getting a strikeout on a full count of John Salazzo and a 1-pitch pop-up from Hodges. On the ground to second base. Custodio to first in time. A 10-pitch inning this time from Kyle Thomas. And the Guelph Royals hold the lead through 6. It's 4-3. Top of the 7th inning in what has been a long afternoon at Dominico Field, and the Guelph Royals taking the lead last inning. They lead 4-3 over the Toronto Maple Leafs. If you're just joining us, the Guelph Royals put up 6 runs in the 3rd inning to take the lead, which was originally 3-1 for the Maple Leafs. But before that, the Maple Leafs playing the back half of a game that started on Thursday afternoon. And the day for Dan Procopio is done. Here's a ground ball to third. John Salazzo, backhand stop, throw to first. What a play. The stretch at first by Jordan Castaldo.
Very nice play by Salazzo. We saw Malik Collymore almost do the same thing earlier on in the game there, and Collymore's throw was just a bit up the line and wide. Salazzo's wasn't. It was more towards right field down the line, but a good play by Castaldo, either keeping his foot on the bag or reinitiating contact after he came off, because he did pop off for a second.
The Leafs pitcher is Chris Nagorski, making his first appearance in the 2023 IBL playoffs. Chris Nagorski put together some nice innings for the Maple Leafs in the regular season. As he just misses high, the count's now 1-1. And then spikes one in the dirt, so it's 2-1. Fouled off towards third base. Chris Nagorski had an ERA of 5.26 in the regular season and 13 2/3 innings pitched. On the ground, dive by Jordan Castaldo, but it's just past him into the outfield. And that's a base hit for Ethan Hammond.
Yeah, it's just another well-placed soft hit ground ball. Just inches out of the reach of a diving Jordan Castaldo over there at first base. And for all the ground balls the Leafs are hitting at Guelph's infield, the Guelph Royals are hitting none at Toronto's infield, finding every hole in the book.
And the big difference is, okay, I don't know if you could quite see that sign, but that's Bobby Armstrong down the line there. You can see Jeremy's head there. And get out of there, Jeremy. We got a picture of a train on a sign, which could only mean John Salazzo. Malik Collymore is at the plate, the Guelph Royals' third baseman. He's 0 for 3 with a strikeout this afternoon, and he takes a strike. Collymore 1 for 9 in the playoffs, but he does have a couple RBIs. Would love to get on base for Josh Garton. The 1-2 just misses outside. It's 2-2. The 2-2 is lined into the outfield as gets down. Jesse Hodges sliding to go get it, but it bounces off his glove. That's going to allow the runner to come around third base and score, and it's 5-3 Guelph Royals. A huge hit for Malik Collymore. He cashes in his third RBI of the playoffs, and the Guelph Royals have extended their lead to 2. Well, we knew that a doubleheader day in the Intercounty Baseball League in the playoffs could be a huge momentum shifter. And for the Maple Leafs at Dominico Field, boy, it has shifted towards the Guelph Royals. If the score holds up, they will have a chance to win this series at home. Josh Garton's at the plate. There's still just one out, and Malik Collymore standing on second base. Justin Interesano, who's putting together a nice start to his playoffs, is on deck. Garton 1 for 3 with a solo shot. And he takes just outside, ball 1. No action in the Maple Leafs bullpen as we speak. This could be Chris Nagorski's inning to finish. 1-0. Swing and a miss. Garton well in front of the Nagorski off speed. Here's the 1-1. Garton, a little cue shot towards third base, but it's going to roll towards the Maple Leafs dugout, foul.
It's hard to pinpoint one exact issue the Leafs have had so far in these playoffs.
The
because
big
there's
difference,
been so many of them.
well, the big difference between the Maple Leafs and Royals so far this series and this game, as Garton takes inside 2-2, is the amount of strikeouts. The Guelph Royals in this game have struck out just 4 times to the Maple Leafs 8 against Kyle Thomas, and then the 23 strikeouts that the Maple Leafs had in game 1 add to that total. As Garton tees off on one, this one's down the right field line, and it is foul. But it was hit 360 feet down the line.
The strikeouts have been an issue. Hitting with runners in scoring position has been an issue. The defense has been a major issue. The pitching hasn't been. The pitching has been great. But everything else has gone awry.
Runner breaks for third base, good jump, and Garton fouls it off. He had 2 strikes on him, so he had to defend. It looked like Malik Collymore might have had third base stolen.
Whatever it is, they'll have to sort it out pretty soon.
One in the inning for the Guelph Royals, and Josh Garton has an extended at-bat here against Chris Nagorski. Here's the 2-2. And Garton crushes one towards center field. At the wall is Dos Santos, and he reaches up and makes the catch. Malik Collymore will tag and come to third, but that is a big out and on a really hard hit ball from Josh Garton. Great catch by Ryan Dos Santos.
Yeah, he played it well. He turned around and he just ran. He caught it over his left shoulder. He was about 4 or 5 feet away from the center field fence there. Garton pieced up another one. He's been doing it all series so far. This one stays in the ballpark just enough that Dos Santos can go back and make that catch, and it's a big second out. If that goes over his head, we're talking about something completely different unraveling, but a very, very good play by Ryan Dos Santos.
Yeah, the Toronto Maple Leafs will have an off day. Well, both these teams will have an off day tomorrow. Then the next game will be on Tuesday in Guelph as Justin Interesano pops one in the air towards center field. And the catch is made by Ryan Dos Santos. Some hard hit balls against Chris Nagorski result in a run. The Guelph Royals have opened their lead up to 5-3, and the Maple Leafs have their work cut out for them here in the bottom of the 7th. Well, the Maple Leafs have 8 and 9 coming up in the batting order. Ryan Dos Santos will try and find a way on base. And he hits one pretty well into the outfield, and it's going to get down for a base hit and roll all the way to the wall. Ryan Dos Santos is speeding into second base. He leads off the inning with a double.
And what a 5 minutes it's been for Dos Santos, eh? Making that catch up against the wall in center field to prevent extra bases last half inning. And now turns around a Kyle Thomas fastball and rips it into the left center field gap for a double. And this is who you want on to turn the lineup back over. You want to get your bottom on, and when Ryan Dos Santos is rolling, that's what he does. He gets on base with singles, doubles, hard hit liners into the outfield. Same with Carrington. So we'll see if they can do anything with it here.
Carrington is kind of semi-squaring to bunt and takes upstairs.
They've been toying with Malik Collymore all game. Not actually bunting.
They're just making him
playing
run
him. They are
back
making
and
him
forth,
run it.
yeah.
Yeah. They're making him concerned for his own safety.
1-0. On the ground, foul. Just to clarify, we mean because he's standing so close to the batter
Yes.
at third base. It's bat to ball related.
It's bat to ball. I had nothing else in mind. And this is interesting. After a ground ball foul down the right field line, Kyle Thomas gets a talking to on the mound here. And I imagine what this is it's a time killer so that Concepcion could a bit quicker get loose down in the bullpen for the Guelph Royals, who it appears will be number 2 into this game regardless. As soon as I say that, he throws one into the right field foul pole.
Just warm up.
Just warm up.
1-1. In the dirt. 1-2.
I will say one of the things I've noticed, and we talked about this when Noah Roberts was in the game when he started catching and then Chris Robinson replaced him. I don't believe there's been a pass ball since Chris Robinson has come into the game. Not that I've noticed. And it's a drastic difference in catching.
Here's the 2-1. Fouled back. Oh, Greg Carrington took a mighty cut at that one. No sign of Jared Kennedy in the bullpen for the Guelph Royals, the only remaining lefty. There's a lot of lefties coming up. In fact, every batter from Greg Carrington until Garrett Takamatsu until Garrett Takamatsu coming up is a lefty.
Yeah, 5 in a row starting with Dos Santos.
2-2 pitch. And he hits one on the ground. Ryan Dos Santos sprinting towards third. Here's the throw, and it's in time to get him. Oh, that was a gutsy play there at shortstop. And I don't know why there was some talk on the infield there, but that was a perfect throw. It needed to be perfect to get Ryan Dos Santos, and it was.
And that'll be it for Kyle Thomas here, but again, the Leafs are not doing themselves any favors in trying to win this game. Like, they're not. It's plain as day. It's not an attack on anyone. It's a matter of fact.
Kyle Thomas pitches beautifully. Got in a little bit of trouble early on, but allows just the 3 runs in what is a career longest start for him in the Intercounty Baseball League. Jose Vinicio is going to lead things off for the Maple Leafs after Ryan Dos Santos was thrown out at third base. Greg Carrington is on first with the fielder's choice. And Yomar Concepcion is into the game for the Guelph Royals. Concepcion coming out of La Romana in the Dominican Republic. Here's the 0-1, and it's inside. Played in the Chinese Pro League with the Fubon Guardians earlier in his career. The 1-1 is inside. Here's the 2-1 to Vinicio, and he fouls it off. Vinicio in a 2-2 count. Concepcion trying to get the first batter he faces, and it's fouled off again.
So as we look down at the Guelph Royals bullpen, and we were just talking about this in between innings, that is Jared Kennedy down there, the lefty, who's starting to throw double barrel action.
2-2 inside, and if Yomar Concepcion was to get into any kind of trouble over these next couple batters, there's still a string of lefties coming up for the Maple Leafs. Jared Kennedy might be the guy that's called on.
And Brandon Deans is the righty down there throwing. So like we saw with Mara and Nagorski on the Leaf side, it's now Kennedy and Deans in the Guelph bullpen, which is interesting to me up here because Jared Kennedy was not listed on the lineup card. So whatever that means, it probably doesn't mean a whole hell of a lot, but the fact remains is that if we were to come into this game, he was not on the roster that we were given. Jared Kennedy, that is.
3-2. This one's fouled off. Well, Jared Kennedy, he's qualified, and he's on the playoff roster for the Guelph Royals.
You know why I didn't see him on the roster? Is because
different number?
They wrote him down as a different number, which seems to happen a lot in the IBL, which confuses me a little bit.
Here's the 3-2 from Vinicio. And he hits it on the ground towards first, foul. The wind is now howling in from center field at Dominico.
Heck of an at-bat by Vinicio so far.
Yeah, he is.
Making Concepcion work.
Yeah.
Heck of an at-bat. He's battling. He's battling hard.
He would love to finish it off on some kind of a reach base scenario.
Base hit ball 4. The first base coach in me is shouting that at him.
Mara's on deck. Throw to first. Just back in is Carrington. Yomar Concepcion with an ERA of 6.91 in the regular season. Over 68 in the third innings pitched. The most innings by any Guelph Royals pitcher this year.
Yeah, he's been a workhorse for them all season long.
3-2. Line drive. This one's into the outfield and down for a base hit. And Carrington will stop at second base. Another hard hit single by Jose Vinicio, who continues to tear the cover off the ball.
5-3.
So that'll bring Justin Mara to the plate.
And doesn't it feel like we've been saying it a lot, Vinicio getting on base?
Yeah.
Every time he comes up.
Always via the hit, Jose Vinicio with the excellent bat-to-ball skills.
Line drive here, there, and everywhere. Finds himself on first base once again.
Justin Mara takes outside. Listen, this is a brutally difficult task that Yomar Concepcion is being thrown into. Go out and face 4 consecutive lefty bats against the right-handed pitcher. Here's the 1-0. Mara takes outside, it's 2-0.
And I'd have to imagine that Jared Kennedy has, since he has stopped throwing in the bullpen and Brandon Deans is still going, you get to Takamatsu in a tough spot. I'd imagine you turn to Brandon Deans because they currently are not wanting to ride with Concepcion.
0-2. Mara smacks one on the ground, foul!
And that was about half a foot away from being a double down the line as first base coach Welenis Alvarado stares down in disbelief.
Oh, look at Josh Garton at first base playing right behind Jose Vinicio.
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
I think that's just a joke. Yeah,
Yes.
he's gonna move
Although
over.
he's only a couple steps away. He's playing the line all right.
1-2. Outside, 3-1. Oh, that was a stone cold take there.
And I mean, the other option that Guelph has is that if Mara reaches and the bases are loaded, does Kennedy come in to face Castaldo as a lefty-lefty? Lefty Castaldo and lefty Salazzo sandwiched in the middle is Takamatsu. I don't know if you want to do that.
3-1, in there for a strike, full count.
Although I guess we'll find out in about a minute.
The ideal situation for Concepcion would be a ground ball hit sharply somewhere on the infield. Here's the full count pitch. Oh, it's fouled off by Justin Mara. He had a good cut at that one. Jordan Castaldo waits on deck, hopeful of an at-bat.
It's been such a tight series. It's been so tight between these two teams.
The full count pitch. And it's inside, ball 4.
And now we'll see what Guelph does here if they turn to Kennedy. And
it's not like Yomar Concepcion has been wild. It's just long at-bats. And there's going to be a mound visit here, but I don't think this is for a pitching change.
No.
The batter is Jordan Castaldo, playing in a game that could very well determine the outcome of this series. And Jordan Castaldo playing in his final year in the Intercounty Baseball League. And this is the biggest at-bat that he's going to come into in the playoffs. Bases are loaded with 1 out. A hard ground ball, and Jordan Castaldo is a double play candidate. Something in the air, and the Maple Leafs, with Greg Carrington's speed at third base, will likely score a run, and the Leafs will have 6 outs, or at least 7 more outs, to try and tie the game up.
And you got the right part of the lineup coming up. Offensively, these guys have done it all year. It's been your 3 best hitters. It's been, well, outside of Vinicio, I suppose, but 3 are top 4 best hitters. Castaldo, Takamatsu, the hero from yesterday, and Salazzo, who has tons of power.
Especially in the second half. Castaldo fouls it off. Oh, not often do you see Jordan Castaldo jump on a first pitch, but he saw something that he liked right there.
I think if someone had a camera on us, the expression of our faces as soon as we saw that ball go on a tapper towards first base, we were like, oh, no, no. Just a strike, just a strike.
1-0. Outside.
And it's been another close pitch for Concepcion, but as we've talked about for months now, Castaldo has an innate ability to draw walks. He is such a good eye at the plate. So yeah, these pitches are close, but not in his eye.
The 1-1's way outside. It's 2-1. Remember, Jordan Castaldo, the best at drawing walks in all of the Intercounty Baseball League over the last 4 years.
And I hesitate to want to throw him anything outside. We've seen the opposite field power he's had this year. I've sat here and called games with him rocketing balls to left field. So that pitch missed way outside.
5 home runs for Jordan Castaldo, 4 of them to opposite field.
Yeah, it's a dangerous spot to work a power guy.
The 1-2 is way inside, and it nearly hit him. And Jordan Castaldo saying it hit him on the leg.
Oh, man. And the umps are going to talk about this.
Castaldo right away saying that one hit him on the foot as he did everything he could to try and get out of the way.
And I don't know if anyone else would have had a better view. Maybe the second base umpire would have had a good line of sight. Third.
If it hit him, it wouldn't have hit him very hard.
No, that would have been a graze, if anything.
Yeah, the reaction was just, I think that ball hit me. And
they
first base.
Whoa!
Jordan Castaldo hit by the pitch, and it's 5-4.
Whoa! That is a call and a half right there. That tells me that likely the second base umpire would have had a direct line of sight and seen something definitive. I don't think you overturn that if it's not definitive.
Jordan Castaldo's not the kind of guy to fake getting hit by a
No,
pitch.
absolutely not.
If there's anyone who was going to be honest about it, it would be Jordan Castaldo.
And now, kind of what I thought they might do, this will be the end of the day for Concepcion and turning the ball over to Brandon Deans, righty on righty with Takamatsu.
Brandon Deans had a fantastic outing against the Maple Leafs last time he pitched against them. He's coming into a dire situation for the Guelph Royals. Bases loaded, 1 out, trying to get the final 2. Well, things just got pretty exciting here at Dominico Field, especially for the Maple Leafs fans in attendance. Brandon Deans is going to come into the game. Deans has pitched well overall against the Maple Leafs this year. Line drive, this one's towards the outfield and down for a base hit. It's a tie ball game. The throw coming home, and they're gonna hold the runner at third base. 5-5. Garrett Takamatsu comes through again in the clutch.
He just knows how to hit, doesn't he? Like, the 2-run shot in extra innings yesterday, the first pitch swinging off of Deans here, probably the best pitch he would have got all at bat with the way he hit it, a roped liner to right. Station to station for the Maple Leafs, and once again, the Royals take the lead, Toronto comes back. Toronto takes the lead, the Royals come back. 1 out. this feels like the time. If you want to put your stamp on this series and crack one open here with Salazzo up, this is the time to do it.
John Salazzo at the plate. He takes a strike. John Salazzo does not have a hit against Brandon Deans this season. He's 0 for 8 with 6 strikeouts.
No better time to change that than right now.
Here's
righty
the
on
0-1.
lefty.
And he takes outside, it's 1-1. The Maple Leafs are looking for more in the bottom of the 7th. They have their RBI leader at the plate, and he takes outside, it's 2-1. Deans has fallen behind Salazzo. This is the last lefty in the lineup before the righties come in for the Maple Leafs. 2-1. Salazzo hits a high chopper. This is going to be a tough play anywhere. Throw to first, they got him, but the Leafs take the lead. 6-5. John Salazzo with the RBI.
He was hustling out of the box there. As soon as that's the Christie Pitts chopper right there. We've seen it go against the Leafs this series, and now we see it go for them. A massively high chopper.
Yeah.
And he was gunning it out of the box
John
as
Salazzo
much as he can.
shoveled some coal into the engine, and he was on the train tracks down to first base. Swinging a foul off by Jesse Hodges, and he is thinking about what could have been on that high fastball there. He got a good look at it. Here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss. That one a little bit higher from Deans.
And Custodio was waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting for that ball to come down. It was like a high pop-up.
Yeah.
The way it was.
John Salazzo smashed that into the dirt. 0-2 on Hodges. And he takes inside. The Maple Leafs have responded with a 3-run 7th after the Guelph Royals put up 3 in the 6th. Here's the 1-2 to Jesse Hodges, and he fouls it off. Oh, Jesse Hodges is hunting that high fastball right now. Brandon Deans has thrown 6 pitches in this outing.
And almost everyone has been an action pitch.
1-2. Breaking ball, strike 3 called. Hodges goes down looking, but the damage has been done. 3 runs in the bottom of the 7th. Well, so it's the top of the 8th inning. Maple Leafs have taken the lead 6-5. And it's Chris Nagorski who's going to stay out there on the mound for Toronto.
Adam Marr thrown in the bullpen, waiting for a lefty-lefty matchup.
Boy, Adam Mara had a really effective regular season for the Toronto Maple Leafs. And, I mean, he didn't have some kind of sub-3 ERA or anything like that, but, man, he came in clutch situations for the Leafs. Here's a ball that is hooked foul by Claudio Custodio. He was way out in front of it. Did he catch it?
He did catch it.
Bobby. No, he didn't catch it.
Oh, he trapped it?
Okay, well, Bobby with a good job to get in front of it.
Better than Hodges.
Yeah, good job to get in front of it. On the ground towards third. This is going to be a tough play. Salazzo has no play. Infield single for Claudio Custodio.
And here comes Rob Butler.
All right, so this is the situation that the Maple Leafs have used Adam Mara in a lot. A matchup that they like. Although it is Chris Robinson coming to the plate, who I believe is a righty batter. But Adam Mara is going to come into the game here in the top of the 8th. So Adam Mara is in, and he is going to get that lefty-lefty matchup, as it's not Chris Robinson at the plate. It's actually Kyle Cush and then Chris Robinson. So this is lefty-lefty, and this is the guy is...
Whoa! That's a start.
Yeah, so Adam Mara throws a pretty slow breaking ball, and Kyle Cush just found that out the hard way.
You think he was early?
Yeah, he was way in front of that breaking ball from Mara.
And Chris Robinson goes back inside the dugout, hiding behind the fence.
0-1. Popped up. Vinicio is going out. He has a beat on it, and he makes the catch. That was a nice running play there from Jose Vinicio. That was the out that Mara came into the game to get, and now he'll try and retire a couple righties.
And you want to talk about retiring righties. Sam Green down there in the bullpen, one of the heroes from yesterday, coming in and just shoving.
Yeah, 61 pitches.
Yeah, fantastic. And now he's getting loose to the bullpen for the Leafs. I mean, he was a starter. I imagine he's told.
Yeah, he's stretched
have
out.
as many pitches as you want.
Line drive down the line, foul ball. Oh, that was close from Robinson. About 3 feet foul down the line, I'd say.
Yeah.
Just past Sam Green, who's playing some long toss.
Right into the glove of, I believe, Sekulovic down there. the starter in Sam Green doing massively hard long toss.
Yeah. He's getting ready to come in, I think.
Yeah.
0-1. Just missed with the breaking ball.
You cannot take the starting pitcher mentality out of Sam Green.
Adam Mara will give you some strikes. There goes the runner. This one's hammered towards left field. Over is Jesse Hodges. Makes the catch. He's going to gun one towards first base, and it's cut off. There's the cannon from Jesse Hodges. Oh, my goodness.
He was trying to Bo Jackson that.
And it was dead on the money to the cutoff man, too.
Dan Mara didn't have to move. He stood there, reached up, and said, oh, it's in my glove. And Rob Butler back to the mound now to, at the very least, have a chat with Adam Mara.
This could be the last batter here. It's Owen Ellis who's at the plate. Sam Green is on the mound and throwing. That ball was smoked by Robinson, but Jesse Hodges was positioned pretty well.
It was, and the only concern I have just looking at him from here is just after he threw that ball, he's been kind of reaching for his right shoulder out in left field. He's thrown a ton of pitches and he's thrown a ton of balls, period. But that's never something that you want to see from someone who throws that much.
Here's one line towards the outfield. Coming in as Greg Carrington makes the catch. Yes, sir, Adam Mara comes through again. Top of the 8th inning, inherits a runner, strands him. Maple Leafs lead 6-5. Oh, what a job by Adam Mara to get the Maple Leafs through the 8th. Dustin Richardson is now warming up in the bullpen for the Maple Leafs. He was great last night, pitched an inning and 2/3 through 22 pitches. Brandon Deans is still on the mound for the Royals. Ground ball. Hustling to first, but in time. is Dan Mara. Good play there by Kyle Cush.
That was a great play by Kyle Cush. Ranging to his right. It wasn't a tough play, didn't have to dive or anything, but that throw was on the money and hard over to first base with Garton. And he knew who was running too. If that's why you got to know who's up, because otherwise you might rush a throw, try and backhand it, do something off balanced, and that's not going to work.
Well, Ryan Dos Santos led off last inning with a ringing double into the outfield. The 0-1, this one's hit pretty well. Good stop there at shortstop by Cush, and he throws him out. All the Maple Leafs were looking for some insurance runs in this inning, but now have quickly 2 gone and nobody on base.
And you're going to have the top of the lineup coming up for the Royals next inning in the 9th, and I wouldn't be shocked if they did a little hodgepodge of having Green go against the righties and Richardson the lefties.
Pitch upstairs to Greg Carrington. Boy, I'm looking at Dustin Richardson. He was coming off an injury through 22 pitches last night. Outside corner for a strike, it's 1-1. I mean, what does Dustin Richardson still have in the tank if the Guelph Royals were able to get a couple base runners going? But, I mean, man, this is just, if there's anyone that thrives under pressure on this Maple Leafs team, anyone, it's got to be Dustin Richardson.
Oh, 100%. Well, I'd say him and Adam Mara, actually.
Yeah, Adam
we were just
Mara
talking
too,
about
yeah.
Adam Mara. The lefties out of the pen on this team have just been terrific.
3-1, swing and a miss. And just kind of a nod there at the plate from Greg Carrington, knowing that, you know, he was probably trying to hit a ball deep on that pitch. This time he flares it towards left and it's foul.
As the children go scattering. Oh!
That catch was made by
That
Bobby.
was a catch.
Good
and
job.
the crowd goes wild.
3-2.
Ball finds you.
Yeah. Ball 4. Maple Leafs have a base runner. Here's Jose Vinicio. Remember, Jose Vinicio hits a lot of singles, but had 5 home runs on the season.
Yeah, you want to talk about a cherry-picked stat without considering any other contextual information, is that Jose Vinicio had 2 more home runs than anybody on Guelph did.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some key context missing there. Yeah.
No one needs to know the context.
Yeah, there's some dimensions missing there.
It's a 2D stat.
Yeah. So that one's in the dirt to Jose Vinicio. Doesn't really make sense, but it's funny.
No. You know what it is?
What?
It's a fact, is what it is.
Yeah. Vinicio swings and misses. He was looking for something else. Justin Mara's on deck if Jose Vinicio can keep the line moving with 2 outs.
And Carrington's fast enough. You hit one a gapper into the left center field gap, for instance, to the wall. I'd imagine there's a play at the plate.
1-1. Outside 2-1. The outfield, though, is played pretty far back here against Jose Vinicio. Understanding that the last thing that they would want to happen is a double right between 2 outfielders. Vinicio finds himself ahead in the count, 2-1.
Nobody throwing in the Guelph bullpen.
In there for a strike, 2-2.
And the other thing about this is that if Vinicio were to reach, we're back to the part of the order where it's lefty heavy. So you got Deans out there who's a righty. You don't have a lefty who you can throw in right now. No one's throwing. So
in the dirt, and it bounces away from Robinson, but not far enough to advance the runner.
and now if it's in the gap, Carrington with a running start, you got to think you'd at least send him.
Jose Vinicio is 3 for 4 today. Or in this game, I should say.
Usually it would just be today.
Yeah.
But the IBL is weird.
Full count. Carrington's going, ground ball. And it eats up Custodio, and he has no play. The inning continues.
And that, we talked about it with the Leafs. I've talked about it with the Leafs. Plays not made. That right there is a massive, massive play not made by Custodio at second base. It gives you just another out. It's another lefty coming up. And on an easy ground ball like that, man, oh man, can those bite you.
This one's hammered. Deep right field foul. Whew. Justin Mara connected with that baseball, but he was just a little out in front.
He hit that towards the third base dugout of that field, down past the right field wall. And you want to talk about a big moment after a Custodio error right there. If he kept that fair, man, oh man, that's the storyline.
Swing and a miss. Smart pitch there by Brandon Deans to throw him the hook after he was out in front of a fastball.
Yeah, he was trying to crank another one right there.
Yeah.
That's all it was. It's not a bad thing. It's a good pitch by Deans. It's what you want to do. When someone's that far out in front, you want to not throw a strike. And Mara thinking, I just hammered one. I want to do it again. It's a good pitch.
The 0-2 is up and away. It's 1-2. The Guelph Royals will have 9-1-2 coming up in the order. Patterson, Hammond, Collymore. And then Josh Garton. Here's the 1-2. And it's tomahawked foul by Justin Mara.
And in keeping with just the stats of how the series have gone, Josh Garton has hit more home runs himself than the Leafs had combined over almost 3 games there. The Leafs have 1 home run, and it was a go-ahead 2-run shot by Takamatsu yesterday night.
Yep.
For a team with as much power as they've had, they have not put the ball over the fence.
1-2. Breaking ball, misses outside. Deans wanted it on the outside corner. It's Jordan Castaldo who's on deck. The count's 2-2. And it's outside 3-2. Brandon Deans walking towards the dugout for the second pitch in a row. Now he'll have to find a strike here on the full count pitch. And it's hit to Garton, who snares it at first base and steps on the bag for the out. 3 outs to go for the Guelph Royals. And it's going to be Dustin Richardson, we believe, who's coming into the game, but no action yet. We'll have that in just a couple moments. Well, the Maple Leafs call on the Undertaker, Dustin Richardson, for the second night in a row. And his first pitch is popped up by Ashton Patterson. Diving and making the catch is Dustin Richardson.
What a play off the mound by Richardson. Holy moly. No one else had a chance to get that one.
Wow, that is a big man getting off the mound quickly.
A lot of stuff changed. I guess get a little bigger, get a little chubbier.
And Richardson might be hurt.
Yeah. And they'll come check on him, but that was a terrific play, hustling off the mound and catching it in such a way that when he hit the ground, the ball didn't come out. That was an athletic catch by the ex-major leaguer Richardson. And now, of course, we hope he's okay. But that is a massive first out here. No one else was getting that ball.
Yeah, so Rob Butler was going to dust him off. Richardson says that's good enough.
Yeah.
He's hurt, though.
He is, yeah, and they'll have the trainer come out and take a look at him. And at this point, I mean, I have a feeling he's going to want to stay in the game regardless. His health, of course, is the most important thing.
Oof.
He's ordering Rob Butler away from him.
Oh, man.
Anyways, guys, I gotta get going. I'm soccer game soon. Take care.
I think it's going to be hard to get Dustin Richardson out of this game unless he physically cannot throw the baseball. But I think that might be in question. And
someone was just tossed out of the game from the Guelph Royals dugout.
it's an odd time to get thrown out. What could the argument be?
I'm not sure, but no one's really moved. Ashton Patterson has stood up and moved to the end of the dugout. It might be Patterson who just got the gate.
I don't think there was any question that the ball was caught.
Yeah, Ashton Patterson has just been ejected from this game. He's untucked his jersey and is slowly walking out of the dugout.
Well, if the Guelph Royals get a run here in this inning, that's some really good defense in center field that they won't have.
That is quite a turn of events here.
So
whoa.
Yeah, so now Dustin Richardson will have to refocus. And the pitch is up and in. Yeah, that is a big man diving headlong and making a catch, and Richardson delivers a strike. Now it's 1-1. So it's back to the top of the order for Ethan Hammond, who's had a great day at the plate. He's 2 for 3. Here's the 1-1. Hammond takes high. Dustin Richardson will pound the strike zone with fastballs. Here's the 1-2. Hammond hits one in the air. This one could be playable for Jose Vinicio as he goes towards the dugout, but it's going to hook out of play.
And I mean, of course, we all hope it doesn't get that far. We hope it doesn't get to the bottom of the ninth. But with Patterson out of the game, J.D. Williams injured, Connor Morrow not playing, Chris Robinson now catching.
Oh,
you got some guys. You got Brandon Keys on the bench. I know that.
I think Dustin Richardson's still feeling something on the mound here. Here's the 2-2 pitch. And it's laced foul to the left.
Right into the Bushman.
Richardson looks in, all fastballs thus far. Here's the 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Malik Collymore is the last chance as Dustin Richardson continues to try and stretch something out on the mound. Collymore is 1 for 4 with an RBI and a strikeout. Dustin Richardson has struck the Royals out 4 times in 2 innings so far. The Maple Leafs with a huge 3-run 7th inning to retake the lead, and they've held on to that ever since. The 1-2, swing and a miss, or 1-1.
Getting a little bit ahead of yourself there, right?
Yeah. A broken back ground ball. Dan Mara charging in. Whips to first. In time! He got him! Dustin Richardson, a 1-2-3 inning completes the save as the Maple Leafs win a thrilling game at Dominico Field and take a 2-1 series lead.
And I don't think there was a chance in hell that Dustin Richardson was ever coming out of that game in the 9th inning. That guy has pitched for so long, and he has so much competitive juice in him that I have a feeling he's probably still feeling it quite a bit out there. But to stick it out, a pop-up, a strikeout, a pop-up back to him, a strikeout on the next guy, and then a broken back ground ball to second. It's just a terrific back-to-back outings for him out of the pen in the playoffs.
Dustin Richardson, immortal, on the mound for the Toronto Maple Leafs as he's pitched over 2 really good innings and key innings for the Maple Leafs in this series. The Maple Leafs win 6-5. They get 6 runs on 8 hits. The Guelph Royals 5 runs on 9 hits, 2 3-run innings, making this game extremely exciting. Well, appreciate everyone tuning in here on Toronto Maple Leafs TV from Thomas West, as well as Gus Cousins and Rob Bona. Have a great rest of your day.